Alright, let's try this again without crashing immediately. Book, paper, Ethertech Studies. Apologies. I didn't see you there.
Oh.
Almost fell. Son of a bitch. Good morning, Kingsley.
Oh, wonderful. I was wondering where everybody was.
Apologies, I was hard at work. Per standard for this time.
Doing what?
Morning, women.
Morning.
Morning, women. I'm Midori.
Morning.
I'm working on a new, Ethertech device of a sort. More like an armor.
Oh, that's nice.
There we go. It's a bit of a grab bag today.
Sure you don't want pancakes?
No, I'm good.
My mask wasn't off.
So what? We go down to the docks, wait for about 20 minutes.
Why are you waiting? We'll know when they show up.
We've been
Say
going
what?
every day.
We know when they show up.
Everything.
The bell will ring. It's the same as it always has.
Yeah, but I want to be there.
Well, what if they're there right now? You'd never know. Unless the bell rang.
But you said the bell would ring.
Exactly. The best place to wait is right at the teleporter, so you don't seem too aggressively there.
Okay.
I have no clue what he's saying now. He's talking with his mouth full.
I said it's probably okay, right?
Right, but you need a member, don't you? It's all about first impressions.
Yeah, so we should be there, at attention, arms at our sides.
Right, but what if they're looking for a
Welcome
more
new students to our
relaxed team?
This is a military school.
And? I think it's hard to, well, really classify that everyone treats it as such.
Yeah, that's true.
Our team member is disciplined and strong.
We need disciplined, strong
Besides,
members.
you have to get around any rumors that Tara talked about.
Rumors?
Wait, what did they say?
That goes to everyone.
I don't know, I wasn't on the boat. But Tara's over there with them. They've been talking with them for however long. God. How long did it take us to get to Kent Vale? 3 weeks? They've been a couple of weeks together.
Something like that.
Surely they had to have talked about the other teams at some point. Usually you just run out of things to talk about, so you talk about other people behind their backs.
What do you
That's
guys?
good though, right? That means they know us.
Good morning, Umbra, and a little bit of woman.
Do they know you?
A little
Morning,
bit
The
of-
real you?
Morning.
Morning. That's gonna annoy
Besides,
me.
what could they possibly say about us?
Wow, a banana. How original.
I know. You guys are dysfunctional or something? They'll probably
They
go
could
for
just
it.
straight up lie.
You think we're dysfunctional?
Sometimes.
I don't think you dysfunctional.
It's the bell.
There's the bell.
Ugh.
Throw you whatever you don't want away.
Attention, Umbra, let's go.
We get going as well.
I'm taking my time. It's not like it really matters. They assign people to our groups anyways.
Yeah.
Breathe!
It'd be nice though.
Hurry up and go then. I'll catch up. Almost forgot my mask. You know how cold it is out there without this thing?
I mean, I don't really feel it, so.
It's because you have your own mask. It's made of hair and around your chin.
It's all the hair that I have, okay? It just works.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Someone has arrived at the dock. Thank you.
And goodbye, Madari.
Bless you.
It's nice knowing you.
See you later, Madari.
No.
You know,
Oh, did you see the list?
I did, and there are about 4 people coming in, including Amari, who
I was gonna say Amari's returning.
I would say Amari, well, you've all seen how she fights. I think she vouches for herself at that point, but the rest I'd like to test in, at least in combat. I'm not very,
I'm not really sure about Amari though. Personally.
that's fine. I just need to see how people are, and then decide which ones I want. Or should I say we want at this point?
Not. I was gonna say we want.
Force of habit when you think to yourself repeatedly on what does Lumen need.
Yeah.
Did you see the others this morning?
We could have taken the teleport.
We could
No,
have, but
I've been in my usual spot.
I see. Well, surely we'll meet them at the docks.
Yeah, feel like it.
I think... yeah. Oh, that's right. There's a big fuck-off mountain here. Hmm.
You can go like this way.
That way? Is that a way over as well?
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 ways. There's this way and then there's that way, but that one's longer because you have to go over a bridge.
Never knew.
We should really.
We're also getting teachers, aren't we? Actually, I think the headmaster's showing up, if I remember the rumors correctly. Miss Rosewood herself.
Oh wow, okay, Miss Rosewood. Why do we have the pleasure of having her here?
My guess is she's run out of people to rob. I mean, investors to fund.
Rob? Jeez. That's kinda fucked up though.
It's basically the same fucking thing.
Alright, Penny, let's go.
Alright, head on up. I'll make sure the others are aware.
Can I get like a second to catch my breath?
Thank you, Captain.
They didn't say back, that's okay.
I gotta flex my.
I'll get it next time.
My warrior muscles.
You're not doing it good. You're not doing it good.
Are you sure I can't?
Pressure on the new students.
I'm sure I can't push him in the ocean.
There's an actual pirate He's just a fucking pirate. Look at him.
What?
There's a man who looks like a pirate over there. You can see it. He has his little feathered hat. Is his
mean a
coat
sailor?
open? His coat's open.
So a
It's the middle
sailor.
of winter. No, it's a pirate. Very different.
Can I borrow you as like a climbing post?
I don't- what's the difference?
How will pirates sail?
What? Hey,
Sailors
what's
sail.
up? How can I help?
borrow
Well,
you as
see,
like a
Rowan,
climbing
so-
post so I can see over the fence?
Oh, and tail.
Sure.
Oh, and tell as well. Well, found them.
Alright, perch on me.
Do,
Okay.
do you want to help them with that? It looks like they're struggling. You could probably just grab both ends.
Glad to help.
I know
More.
I could. I literally could, but I'm not going to. They haven't requested my help, so I'm not going to help them.
Where?
You can't just say bird.
Yo!
I am a bird.
Maybe you're related.
I don't think they're.
Murtash, remember the
See, like
Humane
a
Society.
relative.
Where they're from?
The Humane Society. Sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about that kind anymore.
Alright, ish. Yeah, they're carrying some very big
Bird
stuff.
person
The
over there.
ship, so.
I saw him. Or her. I don't know. I shouldn't assume. Hey.
It's okay.
Val, be over there. Where did the transfer go?
You should move out of the way at first, or else you want to get hit by a box. That was close, Jesus. You should have just let Kingsley take it. It's way easier.
That's true. Why not fucking king?
Mini cooks on the dock. We should form a
Yeah, it seems like if I got the dock, I don't get in the way. They're doing a lot.
Back into our lines, I guess. It looks like they're done unloading.
They're done.
Go.
One woman,
Alright, back
One.
on, I guess.
man with horns.
I mean, I've
Is that all the new students? Just two?
It only
I only see
feels a
two.
bit weird for a little while, then you stop feeling.
Oh, we're supposed to line up again.
So I have to demagnify.
Are we supposed to line up?
Well, I mean, it's cold at first, but obviously, like I said, you stop.
Oh, are we lining up?
Not cold for long.
I was just standing here.
I figured as much.
Chilling.
Do I have my cape on?
showed up?
I do?
I'm pretty sure the Chancellor ordered us to. I don't
I will
remember.
say it worked out in my favor, so.
What did I order you to?
Last time when we all lined up to greet the
Try
students.
my best.
I
I don't plan on dying anytime soon, so.
Huh? So what about tradition, sir?
That's true, I see that.
He's busy.
All that, it was like warming up and all that.
I mean,
Wait, hold on. Did somebody
Inside you.
I don't know. Apparently, one of their ship hands from.
There's more than
Dance a little on the spot or something.
Just give me a bear hug and you can just.
Oh, that's right. They go to Rift Beast. I forgot that part.
Oh yeah, that's what that was.
It's fine. Remember.
I'm sorry, what?
They went on a mission to capture a Rift Beast. Didn't I tell you guys that?
I don't remember that being shared.
You see that big ass box, guys?
Why is it not dead?
Yeah.
Is it captured?
Tell him. This is incredible.
I'm not sure. I think I knew why they left. I can't
There was a captain's meeting. I thought I relayed it. My bad. It's been a rough couple months, you know, remaking my entire body.
Yeah. Yeah, we did well.
Clear away.
That's fair. We probably should.
Yeah.
Captain,
Get out of the way for the people
team's a little bit to the left. Big.
Teams, move left.
We'll just move back.
Right.
and make it-
Fuck. Lumen, move left. Yeah, we'll move left. Just go along the wall. The lineup doesn't matter if they're moving a giant box.
Well, they got it up the stairs. Yeah.
that the reach is?
You think they boxed it?
I saw them.
Where do I put that big ass box?
So what are they
Big ass supplies,
apparently
big ass furniture,
drift beast?
big ass student, big ass professor.
Where would be a professor?
Lots of big asses could be in there, Kiki. Yeah, what's up?
Ignis and Number will be assisting in moving the drift towards the arena once we mix it to that.
Okay.
Just
Yeah, alright. Where do I go, Captain?
You know, I'm rather impressed the larger people with, you know, bigger arms aren't helping.
Yes.
Well, you know, they're preserving that strength, right? Right.
Inside the box.
Enjoying the winter
Of course I
tent?
don't. I just don't want to. No.
I thought you'd
I'm
love it.
managing.
You know what it means. No birds.
What does it mean? Wait, what?
Birds
Oh, that's
hate
true.
winter.
Wait, no, you're wrong. There was a full-blooded Zerka. Full bestial Zerka on the ship. It was an owl.
Is that applied?
First off, that's they, not it. Gotta work on that one. Ah. Second off, oh, there's a Mari.
Wait, Amari?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Are you sure it's not a localized? My team is still helping or a rift beast in disguise.
Oh, that's a
Second off, either that is a student that, or it's a professor. I can't tell.
On me.
Well, there's a box in the way, so...
Yeah, that's fair.
It looks like that box is going to just fall off at any point.
I do worry. But also I've been there before. A few minutes ago, actually.
You fell in?
No, I almost fell in because of that box in the middle. You have to walk around.
I imagine it'd be much worse now, yes? Fallen now, frigid waters, freeze to death.
Don't worry, I'll warm you up.
Don't worry, we're ready, we're prepared.
Stop
Right.
talking about
Yes.
that, please, Captain.
Yes.
What? I'm gonna use it to light the bonfire over on the beach.
It seems like a waste.
Oh,
Collateral damage.
there's a bird person on the ship. I saw.
I know.
I can see them right now.
I saw I saw it then.
I don't
saw
think
them.
they're like you. I'm sorry. They're similar in nature, but not exactly like you.
Oh, they boxed it alright. That's Kate.
That's a full. It's just It's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
You could drop it.
Don't worry, worst comes to worst, I just light it up.
It would be warmer if you did that.
Oh, he's got an Aethertech leg.
Mechanical.
And something on their chest. Interesting.
Seems at least secure.
Oh. Hi. Hello. How are you holding up? Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back. Hello. Good to see you again. It's been quiet without you.
Rowan. No? Yes, that's it. Sorry.
Yep.
Zoning out.
You're fine.
I think we're missing one.
The good news is there are a lot of people for one reason.
Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps they didn't take
Could
the
I
travel
perhaps
run.
oblige you to have Tara on standby
Perhaps.
following our cargo, since you are the most acquainted with our
Try it was for me.
capture?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
I'll let them all know. Morgan is headed inland, I don't know where. On campus.
How are you, students? Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Professor. Yes.
Doing well, ma'am.
Well, thank you.
Well, how has the forge been?
Little cold recently after completing the new beacons around campus. You should see them relatively soon.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
I've taken a
I'm
break
excited to
before
see what
I
your work has produced.
start on my next project.
Delightful, delightful, truly. Well, we shall be firing up those forges again for projects anew. Wonderful, wonderful.
Good to have you back.
Yes. It'll be good when the forges are warm. Yes.
I think maybe they can stay cold for an extra few days.
No, I have to
Right,
literally
Val?
warm them up tonight. Every other day. Don't worry, I got a general idea of what we're gonna do with the new students. One day with them, and then one day I work on stuff. And then I'll send one of you two to talk to them or something.
Speaking of new students...
Excellent idea.
I've only counted 3. Well, if it's just me, then it's not really meeting the team.
Oh.
Students!
Well, we're a team now, yes? So we could greet.
Attention, please. Ignis and Umbra will be taking the Rift Beast to the arena. You are not to teleport it there. It is too big. Walk it to the arena, please. I'm seeing a lot of aqua holding that box. I'm pretty sure I said Umbra and Ignis.
Good to see you around.
Probably gonna wake up.
They are combat capable. Of course not.
How big was that drift beast exactly?
That was just a raptor one, I think. Or did they get a titan?
Right.
I don't know. They didn't really tell us what they got.
Oh. So it could be anything.
It could be a little bug for all we know, yes.
Perhaps one that...
Like a flying bug.
Or a flyer that could break on out and kill us in our sleep. Mm-hmm.
This is our place.
Ha!
Well, it could try.
But it implies that I sleep.
Right.
At least one of them.
Come let me know.
Like 40 rounds, I think. Against one Rift Beast, I'm pretty sure we'll beat the shit out of it. I would really like to stop fucking coughing. That's one of the new students. Big ass guy. Thorn. Amari.
Well, it's quite weird, isn't it?
I thought that was someone else.
Maybe it's like a cultural barrier or something.
Hey, Amari, welcome back. Good having you back.
You got that back at the worst time.
We have enough of those at this academy.
Yeah.
There's only 3 of them.
I believe that is all of you. Alright, if you can please follow me, I will walk you to the castle and then we will have a discussion in my office.
True.
What is going to be expected of us? Okay. Of course, please follow me.
But we have 2 spots on our team.
What would you like to do, Lieutenant?
And there's 3 of them.
And we'll have to work extra hard.
I mean, yep, yes, Captain. Absolutely.
Castle until they get let out. Or grab some more food.
It's gonna be interesting, isn't it? I haven't ate yet, so anyone else want to go get breakfast?
I'm very hungry. I need food.
Let's go.
You know, you'd be warmer if you closed your vest.
Telcarass requires sustenance.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel right. Opened, and then it closed. I can't think. It needs to be open.
I mean, I've got mine closed and...
I'm going to build you an Aethertech
It
warming
suits
device
you,
one
right?
of these days.
Is that your next project?
No.
Oh. Maybe. I was thinking, you know, maybe a warming potion or something might be a thing.
Sorry, what the hell? Why?
No idea.
It's just the sleeves make me feel so constrained.
That I
like
didn't
can't
expect.
move. They're so restricting.
Like, is it like a potion? Because you don't...
I mean, I never heard
use
of
potions and all that, but maybe like...
Hath fallen. Nick,
Right.
we're
Right. You took the teleporters, didn't you?
Captain.
Oh my. It's better with time. I don't know if you'll be sticking around for long, but it gets better.
I'm from an old
Thank
age.
you for-
I don't remember this.
First things first, we need a calligraphist. No, not calligraphist. Cartographer.
Cartographer. We need to update the maps, Captain.
Yes, is there a cartographer?
Do you have
Professor
any in your
Mordred,
play?
I believe has
What
a
may they look like?
high quality map.
Mordred.
He's the one with the sign who was waving you in.
We'll be looking for that man.
I think I saw him.
He has a high quality map. I don't know if he's a
Oh,
cartographer,
that is a
but
big fellow. Oh,
might help.
you'd be great on our
Either
crew.
way.
My word.
I don't want to be a part of your crew.
Oh, that's fair.
Alright, come on, let's go get food.
what Purple's been doing this
Sorry,
entire
sorry.
time.
Oh, you're right.
that?
Peter Pauly's fault on me. Okay, let's go find that professor and we'll
Take
get
care.
our new updated map and go get some food, boys.
Rowdy?
Did we offer them food? I don't remember offering them food.
They're employed by us, I'm sure. But
They employed by
they're
us?
fine to...
It's
they
still
provide
nice
the
to
kitchen.
ask, you know? Anything new?
There's no harm in asking. I think the worst thing that we can possibly say
Still
is-
just the dragon sightings and stuff.
Captain. Yeah. Did you notice it?
What?
Tell was not pleased.
They misspelled his name.
He spelled his name wrong on
It's
it.
tall.
Oh.
See, we're missing one. Did I die again?
Oh.
I live. God damn it, I live. Oh my god, that was bad.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh, that was bad.
That was everyone, wasn't it?
Yep. We all felt that.
Yeah.
I hope the Rift Beast didn't get.
Also,
Look, I
Hi,
have
Tall.
Hi,
where's
tall.
Where's the space
Tall.
machine, my name?
See you, Tall.
Where is it?
No,
There's-
stop
there's-
it, stop
there's
it,
no space
stop it,
machine,
stop
but
it, I'm
it's like-
getting food.
I noticed that as well.
No, no, I wasn't looking at your name. I was looking at my name. Just look, it looks like it's my name.
Tell, think about it. Now our names rhyme.
Oh, this place is still cold. Why don't they have closed doors in the courtyard?
Because it's a courtyard.
It could still do with doors, just some form of warmth around here, you know.
You know, if you're getting cold, we could push you in the sauna.
That is true.
If you're really that cold.
I'm just complaining, Val. I'm just complaining.
I know. I know.
Hello, my darling. Finally.
This is the smart play.
Warm. Hmm?
Once
Because they're going to come over
exactly, they're going to come for food. They've been on a boat.
That's true, so they've just had the really crappy boat food. I know they can have the good food. That's not poisoned.
Your food was poisoned?
It tasted like it when I came here originally on the boat. Although, I think I might have had one of the rats on the ship now that I think about it.
I'm gonna say this, you probably shouldn't be eating rats on a boat.
Okay, walked into something interesting.
I think I learned my lesson.
Apparently.
Oh, you've done it. It's
apparently,
not like hypothetical.
apparently Tell was poisoned when he came to Rosewood. While eating boat food.
Food poisoning, like something was wrong on the boat. Yes, and I was scared of all the food here.
Yeah, the boat travelers were off. No. About to be hit with another shockwave, aren't we?
No, that hurt.
A temporary headache, I think.
Must be a flu going around.
It's a bad omen. It's because the Rift Beast is on campus.
Yeah.
Why do we have one on campus and not stowed away somewhere a bit safer? Or is there anywhere safer than, I suppose, an Academy of Rift Beast?
Exactly.
Right?
Though I will say, putting it in the arena, which has direct access to the outer wall, probably not the best idea. I would have put it in the basement.
Depends if it can. Well, that can it fit down there? And in the other circumstance, the arena's a wide open area which we can get on the walls and shoot down at them, at the very least.
Banana.
This thing can climb or fly. Oh, you can get singular bananas. I thought it was just bundles.
You can get, yeah, no, seriously, first try. Got a single banana. Today's a good day.
Go on, try grabbing a single banana. See what happens. Kiki!
Bye, Kiwi.
Didn't know you two were close.
Incredibly so.
I think it was mainly because Kiki was making fun of Tell's misspelled name.
And not just
was
that,
it?
but Kiki also
She
pointed
said
out
Todd.
about his hips and made himself conscious, so...
I'm
What's wrong with his hips?
I'm just hungry. Nothing's wrong with my hips.
Jeez.
Okay. Sorry, I raised my voice a bit there. I got that was mean of me to do.
Oh, I don't mind.
Okay.
I didn't expect you to get so offended by us talking about your hips.
No, it's not just the hips, it's just everything. It's the cold, it's the fact that I had to carry this really heavy box that could have been full of explosives of Rowan, and we could have both just blown up at any time. And
You could have just walked over to me and asked. I was like kind of watching with Val. I was kind of just watching.
I literally told you to go help them! And you said, nah, I'm good, they got it.
Well, we did have it, to be fair. But let's not underestimate our strength. Come on.
There was like
we
10
had it.
steps.
And we
I figured you had it, I just...
steps, Kingsley.
Tell. Look, okay, listen. It happens.
You know what, Tell?
By an owl the entire time.
You know what, Tell? I got invited to a super secret thing around midday if you'd like to join me. I'm sure it...
Too?
Yes. I am pretty decent friends with Murtash. I talked with him those 3 times.
Yeah, I'm surprised I got one. I don't really talk to Murtash. I think like the last like proper talk we had was.
I mean, it said bring a friend, so... No offense, Rowan, but
Yeah?
Tell seems under the weather.
I can
We've known Tab a lot longer than me
Rowan could
anyways.
be,
I'm completely over this weather, to be honest.
It's apparently in the Ignis dorm basement.
I'm not gonna climb.
I
Didn't they
don't
tell
know
us
if I
not to
like
go
the
down
sound
there
of this party.
aggressively?
Yes, I helped them put a cannon down there at some point.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Well, how else was I supposed to get a favor for them to put a cannon in the Aethertech lab?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does the Chancellor know that they have a cannon?
I see.
He knows I have a cannon.
Man, Ignis basement really blows.
Well, no.
I'm leaving.
You know, after we talked about a secret, after we talked about the secret party, and you follow it up with that, I'm not sure I want to go to this secret party anymore.
Oh my. I'm sure the cannon's been like... I don't know. How do you,
They were
like,
from
you
the
don't
warehouse.
Stop a cannon from shooting.
Melted.
Okay, well, surely... Melt the cannon?
You plug it with your hand.
Seems there, I think the Madari wants to clean you.
I will backhand you. Okay, I'm going to actually backhand them. And it won't be with this hand, it'll be with this hand.
Man. You know, if I do a display of power, they'll stop, right?
I see.
Maybe.
I have, this over here. Whatever. I got good news. Umber also seems to be a target of the Madari now, so... Maybe we get a little bit of a break.
Wonderful.
We have a little bit of a break, but we're still targets.
I mean, I did hear Umbra shit-talking the Madari the other day. They were saying some pretty rude things.
Captain, please, you can't do that.
I can and I will.
Captain, no.
Ooh.
There are fellows, Captain. You can't do that.
You left your phone.
Correct now.
Right now, they're competition, Rowan. We need those new students.
I'll clean up after you next time.
It's fine. I just can't think today. It's the cold.
We're gonna have to get you like something like a water bottle or something in a huge cup for you.
Actually, have you two seen the new bath yet?
Yes.
They've revamped the bathhouse, and it is... kind of...
Can we go have a look?
Looks really good.
Yes.
If you want to, by all means.
I mean, I was waiting here for the new students, but they're taking fucking forever, so might as well.
They're just not. Maybe they're just not going to eat.
To the bathhouse, quickly. I'll get you.
Where are you going? It's upstairs. We have to go up the stairs.
I don't think we're meant to take those stairs. But whatever.
Oh, it's fine. I've been on the stage once before by myself.
You weren't pretending to be like the Chancellor or anything, right?
No, never.
Anyways, the next closest staircase is on the other side of the school.
Yes, so it doesn't matter. That's what I just said.
I prefer the stone steps over the wooden ones because the wooden ones have more chance of breaking under my massive ego. Yeah.
Oh, then you're gonna love these stone steps.
I was gonna say anything like I was about to start correcting you then, but
Yes.
It's only polite to still correct them, honestly.
Hi, I'm sorry.
I smacked him with my
Oh, snow.
Sorry, I'm just admiring my beacons. Look at how beautiful it is. Sitting over there. In all its glory.
Which way is the
Oh, I see it.
What are the beacons?
That one's Aethertech Lab. There's two up there, one for Magic Room and one for the Alchemy. I think it's Alchemy is the left one over there, and... Alright, so look at that beacon.
No, I'm not gonna lie, I always get lost trying to find
Watch this. It's glowing, right?
It's bright.
That signifies that someone is in the Aethertech Lab.
Oh, okay.
So if people look at the beacons, you can figure out where people are without having to go to the rooms. Anyways, I'm turning it off now.
The troublemaker was just to sneak on by and just...
So if we want people to come shop at the door...
Well,
we
it's
can turn it
simple.
on and people can just... No,
I'd find you.
No, I wanted to be completely in the dark. Every time somebody turns it on, I'll immediately turn it on.
I'm sure you would.
No.
Understood.
Please don't do that.
Remember who made them. They do have a battery life. If they're on for too long, they explode. So please, turn them off when you leave.
Oh, I see.
How long is too long?
Don't know. Never tested.
They could just
I
explode
noticed
at
that as
any
well.
time.
I think it
What?
might be one of the new people we saw on the boat. Perhaps it's the owl.
Cacti the owl, I see.
So that's what the Madari were doing. Those fucking bastards. We'll kill them.
Captain.
Right.
I feel like we're escalating.
I'm just saying.
Not going to end well for
They're vandalizing school property now.
I feel like we're taking like the really, really long way.
Absolutely.
I really thought Val was going to show us the most efficient route.
It's not the longest way. It's the only way I know because
You just wanted to talk about your beacons.
I didn't even bring it up. Kingsley did.
But yeah, nice
No,
and
you
hot
were like,
water.
you see, I'm just admiring my beacons. And then you were like, oh, if you hit this, they're light up.
I did stand there for a bit. It's because I can't get in the bathhouse.
You did. Okay, that's fair. You had your time. And
Unless you all want to be short-circuited.
Do they want frogs to come in?
Maybe it's like herbal essence. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest.
I love stagnant.
It's for the smell.
Yeah.
With his hand.
Do you know what the funny thing is? 3 of us have done that now, Kingsley. I did it with gloves. He's done it with his arm, and now.
I did it with my right too. I'm just so used to having an arm. How's it feel, Tell?
It's warm. It's alright. It's okay.
If I just dunk my entire head in, I'll feel
It's
it.
really nice.
I was gonna say, is Tell like the
That's
only
true.
one that doesn't have a problem with their hands? Like,
Yeah.
He's just bad at using them.
Wow.
Come on now.
All right.
It was a joke. It was a jest.
It's fine. You can make all the jokes you like. I'm the one with my full hands. Wait. I can't make jokes because now I feel bad.
You can make jokes. I have a full gun in my arm.
enjoy the soap on your
I
head.
sweat.
Oh man, now you're gonna walk outside with wet hair and it's gonna freeze.
It's not water. It's just the sun.
Kingsley, how could you? Right.
I don't know.
That scratches. No.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's kind of nice.
There's a towel. There's a towel.
Oh, perfect.
I did a quick check.
Isn't Madari like fucking?
1, there's Madari downstairs. They're just being noisy like always. 2, there are no students in the mess hall. Anyways.
Should we just go out? Should we go, like, they're probably all at the arena.
Oh, they're at the dorm.
Probably.
They could be anywhere, really.
That too, yeah.
assume there is a captain's meeting.
God, I hope so. I haven't been told. Why is there a hatch there?
Wait, which way are we going?
Oh, so there is.
Ooh, secret.
Oh God.
Wait, hell, I can pop you up and then you jump up, you know?
Oh, do it. Yes.
I can't look. Okay.
Man, how long should I take before I tell them about the ladder sitting in the corner over there?
I can throw you up. I think you just did.
Okay.
Alright, new plan. We should probably find the new students and start recruiting them.
Right, yes, let's go.
Anyway, let's go look for the new students.
They might be in a meeting still.
Man, I really hope they unfrost that window over there.
No, they didn't.
There's just frost cover.
This tree is massive and always gets me every time.
It is.
Like, this is such a good area to look at it, too.
It is very pretty.
Right, let's go then.
If you like trees, it's a good tree.
Don't freak out about the double doors that lead into the same room. Sorry, the double doors.
Yeah, don't worry.
Quadruple doors.
Quadruple doors?
That's my secret. I actually have 4 arms. I'll never tell you where the other 2 are.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
There's not really much room to hide them, I'm not going to
The
lie.
guys are following us.
Of course the Madari are following us. They're bored.
We're planning an assassination. Oh, these people.
It's gonna feel really bad.
I'll fill them in. Keep an eye on the door. Ball.
Is there any bells or anything?
No, but the Rift Beast got loose. It killed Skyette. Sliced her head clean off her body.
It's okay, I can manage.
It burned through its restraints. We don't know how. The thing was sedated.
Who's going in?
They brought it down to the dungeons. It's already been handled. They're going to sedate it again, I presume.
Just trying to get in the attic.
I don't know what you're saying.
I'll let my team know. If you don't have weapons ready, stand in the back.
It's not dead. They brought it back. They brought it down to the dungeons. But it's Skyette,
Okay.
It's alive. Sedated, but didn't stop it the first time. Be ready.
It's free?
It was. It's captured now.
My condolences for the loss of your captain, for your teacher. It is something
Who's in front?
I was unaware that the Rift Beast was one of those kinds, else I would have probably said something as well.
I have your back, Luca.
I want to apologize on my behalf as well as the setting sun. If there's any talks that need to be done within the team, if there's any sort of
Is the rest of Ignis?
that team members might do for their own psyche,
Take us
for
months to
understanding
keep
of
me
that,
down.
feel free to tell them to reach out to me. I'm
Should I head down?
gladly open to speak with them.
Very well.
I wouldn't risk it. Not too many down there in that business.
Be consulting with them later.
Alright.
I will be in touch.
Morgan isn't handled.
Thank you for the offer.
It's contained.
God have mercy.
I say stay out till we're told to put down.
I do hope the Gaia welcomes her within her circles after such an event.
So much for a happy morning, huh?
It's contained secure. Okay.
I'll fill you in, Rowan.
Oh dear.
Both of you, if you don't know, with me, quick.
Of course.
Yes, Captain.
The Rift Beast appears to have broken out of containment somehow. There was one casualty. Professor Skyette is dead.
Oh.
They have since recontained it, using apparently stronger materials, in the dungeon.
Where you originally said would have been ideal.
Yes.
I see.
Regardless,
mistakes always cost lives.
Do not move alone. Is that understood?
Captain.
Yes, Captain.
I'm not too afraid with Kingsley, because, well, it's Kingsley. He'll be fine. Regardless.
You have your weapons.
Head on a
I
swivel.
don't have any weapons on me. I just have my spear. But Tel, you might want to bring yourself down slightly.
That's good.
I see.
There we go. Okay. Good to know.
Rowan?
Bad to know, really.
And, Tel.
Yes.
If you could go escort Rowan to get his weapons real quick. I will stay here with the rest of the captains. I'm sure the captain meeting is not far off.
Let's go collect your equipment.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Hello there.
I hate how we have to keep this thing alive here.
Is there any status on Skyet?
John.
As of
What do you think?
People don't just normally grow back heads.
I'm sorry for being pessimistic, but she ain't coming back.
I know,
He's just asking because the last thing he saw was her receiving medical treatment.
As of this time, we have concluded Skyet is no longer with us.
Well, guide her soul to the spiral.
We'll be tending to her, giving her final rites throughout this evening, and by nightfall, a proper burial. More will be discussed when Malik is present.
Understood, sir.
Unfortunate.
Chris Morgan.
Yes.
I might ask. I know you've not met me before, but the perhaps Malik is where I am the investor when it comes to eventually working together with the Rosewood Academy. I was going to ask. Is Professor Malik still down there?
You must have known the professor.
Yes, he's in the medical pending some final initial, I guess.
I can grab it, but I have the magical capability myself, and I would like to take a look at that myself.
You didn't know her.
Yes, sir.
But
why?
that was an
If
emergency
so,
that could have caused other students
Allow me to accompany you. Professors are. I appreciate you telling me and being willing to fill me in.
I'm trying to get used to it. Myself, right now, I'm trying to look at this.
I appreciate it.
Make sure to make sure to check.
Fucking tour. Right.
Let's grab it though. I'll be right back.
Sure.
This or what you mean?
What happened to you before?
Well, it's the gentleman that they taught us to
Come up yet,
make a
so
weapon
worry.
out of stone or
They said that they wanted to talk to
materials
the
we have
other professors while they're down there.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure they're okay.
So,
They kind of set up a range. There's a staircase that goes down right in front of where the cage is. Nobody's allowed down that staircase unless given permission.
Mind explaining?
Alright.
You all okay?
And that's the main staircase, or is it another staircase?
Another staircase. So you go down this staircase to the left. You go to the left, you'll see a bunch of cages and whatnot.
Yeah,
Cage at this
just making
very
sure.
end. There's a staircase in front of that cage where the recluse is. Just don't go down that staircase.
I'm not sure. Saw him earlier. I think he just left.
Rihanna was downstairs with us. Did she get out?
Oriana's right there. Behind you. Everyone's here but Gallup and Gilead, and Gilead's asleep, so. Resting.
Alright, come on. Let's get some food,
Not the
guys.
time to blame yourselves or anyone else right
We'll be
now,
up.
okay?
Yeah.
Won't help.
Are really okay to leave and it's like this?
Octavian's down there, and a bunch of the other professors are. They know their distance.
There's probably just a problem with the cage. Nothing you guys could have done about it.
They'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's what you were given.
Get something to eat.
It blew acid at the cage. That's what happened.
You want something too?
They thought it was a movie.
I've already eaten. I'll stay here until told to stand down.
Alright. Best now? You stay here?
Rowan made mention of how the Rifties could have, perhaps planned this or something. And especially if Zuko just mentioned about it being a spitter. It seemed to conceal its traits. They're not meant to be intelligent, so such a thing doesn't make any sense.
Not meant to doesn't mean they're not.
What do you mean conceal its traits?
They could have
We've all
spat out of
seen
that
that
cage at any
Zuko.
time.
It didn't. Why now?
No, as them not.
They waited.
On a ship for a few weeks.
It
We fought
realized.
them. We know they could speak.
I like to think it was
heard
moving,
multiple people.
and then it
That's
realized now it's probably not a good time to pop out.
Maybe.
You knew it could spit already, yet it was stored in a cage it could escape from at any time. That's...
We do not know the specifics.
It doesn't. It's too late. You're right. Of course.
You can stand down there with like
stay for the moment.
You another new student? The professor's a bit preoccupied right now. Best just stay here with us. Don't get too close to that door. I'm Luca. Don't worry about it.
From my looking at the cage, I can safely say that the Rift Beast is completely contained. You are, and the professors are still down having a conversation. You do not have to worry for now.
Good. At least there won't be any more blood on the campus.
Malik moved by here already? Or is he perhaps still within the so-called medical wing?
Just take some time to calm down. You know what?
Very well.
Follow me.
If that's the case, then which direction would be the medical area? I would like to.
That way.
Just through those doors. Thank you. Not that door, but you go down the path.
I'll take it, sir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Oh, of course. Thank you.
Alright.
I think we've been dismissed.
Yes, we have. Although I think some still might stay, just in case.
I don't blame them.
I think I'm going to have a second meal.
Yeah.
Go to the mess hall.
Umbra, come on. We're gonna go to the mess hall. Bring your spear, Yiko.
As effective as it is. Alright, where are they?
Burning in jail.
Who are the other professors? Chancellor Malvik, Rosewood, and Ethan.
Malik is in the medical ward, sir.
Oh well. Yes. Alright, let's move. Let's make haste.
Alright, let's go, Umbra.
Oh goodness, it's been a while since I've been on campus.
Look at the bright side. We have a nice start.
You okay?
You shouldn't be freezing while having that.
There is no bright side to this, Val.
Have you all eaten yet?
I'm sorry.
Did you say something?
Did it sound like I said something?
I don't believe. I think there was someone above us.
Sorry.
No.
We're fine.
Do you think I'd be happy that my teacher is dead?
No, I thought it was you. It sounded like you.
We should
I'm going to the forge.
check on.
If it's no danger of getting out, then it's no danger of getting out.
Jackson, Hyvian.
Well done.
It worked.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, it is. Hello, Val. What are you making?
I was going to ask Skyette about a problem. It seems I can't do that anymore, so I'm working through it.
Oh, we have an Aether Tech professor on the island now. He's probably not available at the moment. The lock wasn't melted, right? It was.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
As much as I'd like to see you around. Irene, did you have anything you wanted to discuss with me? I heard you were looking for me.
Well, I have. One of the new students mentioned that talk to them, and they approached me about a certain topic. I was curious what that topic may be.
Few more drinks and I'll be gone.
Well, at least somebody has a sense of humor for the day.
That's a surprising thing, Captain. I'm always alert, and maybe always a little stressed.
It's always the people closest to you. Nightfall. It's always them. Every time. Every fucking time. First your squad. Now your teachers. What's next, your team? Can't be everywhere at once. Too many variables. Too many variables. They can't see your weakness. They can't see it yet. And I shall tear the very heavens apart to protect them. That is what I'll do. For if the gods think this is a cruel joke, then maybe I should kill them myself. Composure. Compose yourself.
I'm not the only one who thinks that's odd, right?
Return.
It's a little odd. There's nothing we can do about it.
A lockpick that you apparently used many times before suddenly failing.
You can bring it up to maybe one of the professors.
I mean, that was one of the professors.
I mean, to another one besides him.
You need anything, give up. Is everything alright?
Yep. A-okay.
Sir, was that the captain's bell?
That's right.
Yes.
Good, you're on time.
Understood. I'll go get my second.
Comes to the manufacturing. I don't seem to be able to recall.
Tara is present.
Well, I was told it's blast proof. Clearly not. Because it broke through.
Well, blast proof, yes, but acid proof.
Oh, and acid proof as well, apparently.
And either that acid is way too strong or that you were lied to.
Well, quite frankly, I wasn't told anything until I found out just today. Anyways.
Is everybody?
Lucas coming with you.
No, I'll be surprised. At least the team captain was on time.
Coming now.
Inside. Ignore the snow. Somebody left the window open or something. Shut up.
What do you mean, sir? What snow?
Shut up.
Carpet, sir.
Just won't look at it. I just won't look at it.
It's not real. It's not real.
Shut up.
No, sir, you're doing mad cocaine in here.
What did I say about up and shutting it? Captains, vice captains, as you are all no doubt aware, we have lost Professor Skyat. I give my greatest apologies, and we will get to the bottom of this. While you all gather your teams and meet in the main hall for an announcement, I and the other professors will go to the arena and check the crate and see what could have failed. However, since I was not there, and I know several of you were, did anything of note happen before the Rift Beast escaped? Zuko.
I haven't seen anything specific, but it seemed to be scratching at the side very aggressively, more than the rest.
I imagine the fact that it was in a box for several weeks, that probably kept happening over the week. Now, anything else of note? Anything useful? No. Alright. Then you are to gather your teams and bring everybody to the main hall.
Okay.
Dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Takuya, if you could find the unsorted and bring them.
No, I guess it's from the main hall.
Alright, Lucia, I'm gonna leave it in your hands. Go ahead and gather everyone up. Or you have to gather everyone up. You have to gather everyone.
Last I saw them at their arena. I'll go see if they're there. You wait here.
Very well. No.
Okay, he might have just went straight to the main hall then. My apologies. He was talking with one of the professors.
We can call.
Yeah.
So are we meeting at the? I'm guessing
We're meeting in there. Yeah, we're in there.
Line up like it's a big meeting.
Waiting at the library.
Oh. Yeah.
As a we have a late.
I'm still a little bit sick, but I'm getting better. I think maybe if I just relax on that, I'll be okay.
Isabel, there it is behind
Yeah, what's up?
How did it go? How did meeting the new students go?
I was good. I was just finishing helping them out with their tour.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Have you happened to see Caleb before you left here?
Should we back to press? No.
Not since he was looking for Oriana earlier.
I'm sure Zuka's out to look for him, so best to just wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure Tel didn't go back to the library. I let him know. But
No, I think he's.
He's having some problems with his head.
Understood.
Are all the professors still a meeting?
I am unsure.
Shouldn't have exploded on me back then.
Checking out the differences.
How's everyone going?
Well, Professor Monty's over there. Didn't know where the other
doing
professors
at the
were,
moment.
so I decided to bring him.
It'd be best to wait. I believe Taki is trying to round up the students, but best that I can.
What about you, Morgan?
I'm sure exactly they can communicate my ear call.
This is not good enough. Not good.
They can run me back if need be.
Hey.
No, you did.
Hey.
Did you find Angel by chance? Well, it looks like we have a little time, so I'll just check the training ground again.
Yeah, I'm good. Making sure everyone else is okay.
Keeping secrets from some of the people here ever been productive?
They killed it? Who?
The professor.
Why?
What? Because they figured it was too much of a liability to keep. What do you think?
Zuku, calm down. Calm down. Fuck. There's no point in yelling at each other, please.
She's dead now. Why would you kill it?
Burial, they couldn't be kept.
How?
Okay, well, thanks for letting us know. Next time we won't do it.
Wait, what?
Why?
Wait, who did?
I don't know.
I guess Tara does someone.
Oh, look, another decision made for us.
This way.
I hope we get a lot of good information for this conference.
Not need to walk too far.
Keeping it alive?
Ah. Jackson, if I might ask, how are the students taking it? I understand it's a difficult thing, but I would still like to inquire as well.
The cage might have been false.
Boy, more rumors. Difficult. Who provided the cage?
Yes. Shame, I've already said my condolences to the teachers, but I
received a mysterious cage.
at least say to the students as well my deepest condolences for your loss.
Possibly learn. It's for sure that
It's probably just a cage. Just a cage, as far as we know. It's not.
You can be there for them.
Just a cage kills.
Like you
Totally.
professor.
Said that it's
I
not
can talk to you, but I can't
Sir, shall I fetch Emma? She just wandered that way.
by
the ones that
stop
came
anyone
that
from
the
doing
cage
anything.
was acid proof.
No. But communication is what we need right now.
That's one thing.
And you're good at that.
Zuko.
Zuko, shut up!
A little bit brutal, but an understandable reaction.
Breathe. We need a long range. Should line up.
Did you find it? Someone stepped up on
At attention, students.
May I, official business.
For too long, we have called you students. For too long, I think we have treated you like children. Many of you have already gone to war for us. You are proper soldiers now. And for many of you, this will be the first time you have experienced the loss of a comrade. Some of you know this pain. Some of you have felt this before. And it is with a heavy heart that I must confirm the death of Miss Skyette. Voy has taken her, and there is no coming back. Tonight, at sundown, we will be hosting a funeral. We will be burying the body. And anyone who wishes to give a few words, to share stories, please, feel free to come and share those stories. Whether positive or negative. Whether you thought she was your greatest friend, a stalwart ally, or you thought her a huge bitch. She could be all these things. There is no reason to sugarcoat her life. So please come, tell your stories, and let us say goodbye to her together. Send her off to Voy. And understand that she paid the price so that we may continue moving forwards. And we will move forwards from this. Now, as many of you are undoubtedly aware, our sponsor, Miss Alea Rosewood herself, has arrived on the island. We also have with us a member of the Setting Sun, as well as a new professor. Professor, if you may. If you may introduce yourself and what you will be doing here.
Of course. Greetings to all of you. I must say I am very sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances. I wish I could make a better impression. Nonetheless, I will be your Aether Tech professor. I've met some of you already on the boat, and seem quite the aspiring group. So, out of this crowd, I wish to get along with all of you and teach you what I can. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. And now, something that I know a few squads are interested in. We have new unsorted members, both new and old. Unsorted, you could join me on stage.
They tower so far forward.
These men and women have decided
mainly women
to risk their lives just as you have. These are future soldiers. And they will be joining your ranks in the coming days. You are to show them the ropes. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We will be doing sorting sometime early next week. Now, in the coming days, I want everybody to stay inside the barrier. There is a snowstorm brewing, and we are to stay inside. Beyond this, I'm sure many of you are curious about the Rift Beast itself, as our containment procedures did not pan out. Myself and the other professors have put it down. It is no longer a threat as of this moment, and we are currently looking into how it escaped.
Look no further. I'm not staying quiet about this. The damn lock was tampered with. We saw it ourselves. It wasn't acid that broke it.
Yeah.
What?
I am aware of this, and you will not speak out of turn, Gil.
What? So what more are you keeping from us then, if you already knew?
Yeah.
Always,
I
never-ending
learned
secrets.
this.
You said we are soldiers now, aren't we?
Gil, you continue to talk out of turn. If you would let me continue speaking, please. Captain, if you cannot control your soldiers, perhaps you do not deserve to remain captain. Now, as I was saying before I was interrupted,
To the point.
since Miss L is here, we will be looking into exactly how this failed. We will get to the bottom of this. Whether the Rift Beast itself has some kind of strange shaker ability that was able to occultically dissolve the lock, or whether there was further tampering happening, we will figure out what happened. However, I will not be having students pointing fingers, coming up with wild accusations. I will not have my soldiers causing chaos. This will be dealt with calmly. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Kiki.
Sir, do we have any further plans to in the future repeat this and try to bring a Rift Beast for studies again?
That is currently to be seen.
Thank you, sir.
Of course. Now, this is the part where people may speak up and ask questions.
How did it break containment? From the dungeon?
As far as... It did not break containment in the dungeon. It was being held in place with a ritual from our Professor Octavian. However, it could not be kept up in long term. And as previous containment procedures proved to be a failure, it was decided that instead of burning lots of mana to keep it contained, that it would simply be destroyed.
Was this the original plan? Was there any plan in place for long-term containment?
Yes, the crate. It was heavily armored. It was chemically treated to resist acid. It should have held.
Should have.
Yes. Ventus, you had your hand up.
It's of no consequence.
And as a reminder,
During Sunday, may I assist you when we get through our system of there?
of course. Yes.
Can I also assist in the funeral?
Anybody is able to come to the funeral to help with the burial. Especially those who happen to be close to Miss Kayet. It will be happening at sundown at the graveyard. If that is everything, then you are dismissed for your days.
And if it hasn't been mentioned, the arena is under quarantine. Under no circumstances are you to enter it, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
You'll find out soon enough. It's clear we need to do investigations. If I find anyone in there, you'll be personally punished by me.
That's in everywhere except the training grounds.
Investigation for temporary.
So you all know where you're staying the night?
Great. More secrets.
That would be best then to speak to the Chancellor and this new professor we've seen on stage, considering they're in charge of that. Apparently.
No, I wouldn't be the best person for this. Whatever you want to
However,
do.
in terms of your training, I'm curious to see exactly what you've been doing.
Oh, I didn't notice.
But I wanted
If the crate failed,
Tonight, I'd like to see what you've done
we
so
thought it
far.
would work.
Not disappointed.
Give me a moment. Well, okay, a more simple plan.
Of course.
If we had a better form of containment, why would we have had the crate in the first place?
Nice to meet you, Vesper.
Be waiting.
there was something better, we would have
I know
used
I
it on the
wanted to have a
crate.
discussion with
They're not
Aqua as
stupid.
well,
Because I am your advisor.
Hold on. Just making sure that I was gonna get to fight the guy.
Fine. They want a weapon. This isn't about them. This is about vengeance. And that is what I seek. These are not enough anymore. I need more. I need to protect them.
Fellow classmates on. We're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Snowball plant, right? Not bad, not bad.
All right then.
Oh,
Captain, we were just going to look for the new students to go discuss with them. Well, find out who they are exactly. And what they
There's
can do.
one up by the church. I have not seen the other three.
Got it.
One by the church.
The one with horns. I don't know their names yet.
Oh, I do want to actually. I have been quite interested.
He's speaking with Tara currently.
Right.
Might as well just.
Well, we can line up after Terra, surely.
Yeah. Have they fought yet? Or no?
They fought what?
I'm
It's been
assuming
an
not.
eventful morning.
Yeah. God, it's not even been like half of the day yet. It's still like fucking morning.
What's next? Oh. Luminary?
Dromedaries.
Wow.
I'm gonna go upstairs
The
and
US
talk to this other dude first.
Right, that's just where I was going
You
to
go
go.
talk to the others if you want.
I'll come along with this one, just to see.
I'll keep an eye out for others. Let me know what you think when you return.
I picked the one with the arrow.
Well, yeah, that was when I was where I was sleeping when I was still in sorts.
I think it has the best mattress of it all.
Kind of would like to.
I just liked it because of the arrow. Hello.
I will be vengeance. I will be cleansing rage. Burning fury.
some rocks over there. They're easy to get up against.
Right, sure. At this point, I just want to...
All right. Inside, huh?
No, we're not allowed inside.
Look, that's why I said it.
But yes, bad.
Hmm?
Sure.
There she is.
There she is. There was another as well, but I don't know what happened to him.
He went off to go talk to Tara.
I see.
I believe the other two found him.
Lots of questions, no doubt. Other two?
Kingsley and Tell.
Oh, I see. That's good. It seems like they're having a private conversation, and Amari, will be here momentarily. I assume you know Amari, do you?
Yes, we came here together.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Well, if it comes down to a spar, she will likely beat me, won't she?
Excuse me a moment as I'm picking up a water bottle.
Take your time. You can be honest.
You've a chance. If she hasn't gotten
I don't
better.
like that answer. Oh, okay, I'm doomed then, aren't I?
It's only been a couple months. It's only been a couple months. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Good. Well, this is the captain of our squad, by the way. I'm second in command.
You have to give them a chance to pantomime putting the water bottle down before you ask them questions like that.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
If you can't find him,
Volunteer.
do you know the
Pleasure.
little
Linear.
alcove in between the rocks close to the graveyard?
First place.
Try it there.
Oh, well, that would also be the first place.
Over there, I didn't quite catch her. Rowan, yes.
I'll try the dock.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you as well.
All right.
Hope.
Okay.
We'll get it eventually.
Eventually.
Oh my. I didn't quite catch her name over there or the other one's name, but she seems to be a
Is Isabel.
Isabel.
I was about to say, we know Amari, we know Elenia.
I have had before that it shoots through the holes.
The other two has a male name and a female name, so it's Vesper and Isabel, most likely.
Vesprin? That was the other name?
Vesper.
Good to know.
No N.
Yes.
Vesper. Oh, Vesper.
Honestly, as long as Tara's is not here, he always has something to
Over
say
there,
about
she's a
shooting
third
outside
circle
range.
illusionist, it would seem she called herself. Couple of third circle spells, which is incredibly impressive, admittedly.
Well, could you help out if people
Almost makes me
start
feel like
to
I'm
rush
slacking.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Third circle.
Maybe.
Difficult.
It just means that she's
stuck at a bottleneck for
focused
months.
on it a little too much then.
Well, more skilled. Raw talent goes a long way.
A bit odd seeing how much she gets easily distracted.
Well, maybe. Well, suppose it's not that odd. I'm curious what the private conversation's about now, though. Admittedly, I'm not gonna go listen in, but
It's Umbra team, she's probably trying to get it in.
You wanna sleep in together?
ah, there she is. Welcome back, Mary.
I fluxed, I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Either way, I was just doing filler. You two, I assume, know each other's skill sets. We can jump over that.
Very.
And there's the last one. Husband. I don't know what they're talking about over there, but it seems to be they want it to be private.
Presumably discussing skill sets and the like. It's gonna be this way for a couple days.
That's fair, I suppose. And I don't believe I've met you yet. Vesperin, was it? Vesper.
Oh, sorry. Nice to see you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rowan Elliott. Oh my. It was a bit far away there when I engaged that, and I apologize. I'm sorry that the meeting is like this, but I trust the Marius showed you at least around the campus slightly.
Oh.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Kingsley.
I feel like warming up for a bit.
Well, we've talked about some skill sets and whatnot, but I'm kind of curious what was this?
Demonstration? Just by
Oh,
elimination.
Either or works. I mean, it's just a word, but...
Just remember Big
Captain
Man.
over there would
That's
also be quite
cool.
serious.
Hi, big man.
Thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
God, it's impossible to control the fucking drift. Don't know why it suddenly spiked.
Was it Melania? Alenia, I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Telkaras Fairmont. Just call me Tel, it's a lot easier.
What domain of magic is that?
Wow.
I might ask?
Able not to remember that.
Or a small man. Wait, no, don't call me small man, that would be Jackson.
Small man. This is small man. I'm big man.
Damn it.
It's quite useful.
It is official now.
I also have
You've dug yourself that hole.
an area of an effect spell, but
I don't like digging in the snow.
do it.
Well, typically we
Well,
do
you
that
gotta
in
do
the
it
arena,
sometimes.
but
Well, if you stay back, I guess I can do it here. Although I must warn you, no matter how nice
I did it.
or appealing, please do not approach as it is most definitely poison. This goes
Right. That's fair.
he's gonna cast a big spell.
Don't worry, we're not gonna throw any more snow at each other.
Well,
I'm gonna grab the medallion, make sure they don't run it.
They shouldn't.
I mean, is that
shit? They don't like being touched too much.
I like you, it is shit.
You alright? I'm sorry. Here, I'll just keep an eye on you.
Light shit.
Cold shit.
Oh, that is quite a big cloud.
Oh,
Hey, that does smell nice.
yes, please don't approach. It is
Why
definitely
would
poison.
No. It's bad. Smells good though. You just appreciate it from over here.
That is about it, other than my knowledge on poison and herbalism and
Will you be showing off
certain
anything?
things.
No,
That is all I have to share.
Seems really useful.
an expert in the venomous arts could be very useful.
My knowledge.
scenarios are really
Certainly seems.
Yes.
So, what do you normally fight? Would you
They'll
normally
figure
fight?
it out.
Like,
Yes.
Honestly,
Just don't get hit. You're the flanker.
Oh, okay.
Oh, trust me, I can evade it.
What was your name again? I'm so sorry. It's just gonna take a long time before I remember any of your guys' names. Linnea.
Hi.
Did you already show your magic?
That's sword, I assume it.
Vol, captain of Team Lumen. Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, it is sustained.
A pleasure. Name's Isabel. Hi.
It takes a lot of mana to keep up. It's why I only use everything.
That is,
Tel Karas, not captain of Team Lumen.
You could say former and really dig a grave for
A
yourself.
pleasure.
Don't you fucking yes. Nice to meet you. Mm-hmm.
Let me introduce you.
I am Isabel Quill from the Kalani Isle.
Kulani.
That's much less scary.
It's a lot colder too.
I'm not sure if you've met anyone on.
Yeah, it is pretty chilly out here.
Ventus yet.
I'm glad I have my scarf.
Apologies, while everyone else is rather vast in magic, I prefer the Aethertech side.
Your martial abilities.
It is similar, but
Oh, I've never messed with any Aethertech. I've always heard about it, though. Huh. I only do magic. I don't do any Aethertech.
This here is
What kind of magic did you happen to display?
Kingsley already, right?
No.
Yes.
I caught like a flu when I was on the boat, and I don't really want to show off my spells in case they mess up. But I'll show them tomorrow, I promise. Once I get my stuff as well. All my stuff's on the boat.
Sure, very well. Illness should certainly be accounted for. Can't have it holding you
And
back.
I'll show you my third circle spells.
Third circle. Oh. I look forward to seeing them.
Mostly if I need to use.
Well, hopefully you won't see them, because that's the idea.
I'm not as
Cool.
cool as I would like to be. But
Thanks for showing us. Appreciate it.
I mean, isn't that the point, to trick your enemies and make them see it?
Elenia.
See what you want?
Kind of.
Perfect.
It depends. Different kinds of illusionists, you know. Some
You can do illusion
visual
stuff.
tricks and others prefer to. Yes, I can. That's why I was excited. You know, another illusionist.
A whole bunch of divine.
Oh, look, she didn't care.
I believe you would have.
That's alright, Taylor. We care about you.
Also
I'm glad.
I can have it?
Val, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Well, my pleasure.
Sorry, what did you say?
Unfortunately,
Why are we standing in the big circle?
introductions.
Can I hold on to it?
Have you met the other members of Lumen yet? I know
No.
you met me and Val.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Small man, big man. Meow, 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 meow.
Well,
This is tall.
I'm for two.
Yeah, I've introduced myself. Yes, big guy.
Yeah.
Don't you fucking dare.
Would you like to settle it in the ring
Val.
bed?
It is alright.
Not right now.
Understandable.
So how
I'm
do you
scheduled burn me. That might actually be quite
Like,
cool.
how do you all choose who goes on each team? Is there like a competition that we have to do?
It's more invitation based.
It's more so.
How do you get
For
an
example,
invitation?
you either have to impress a team captain or the entire team.
In our case, we all agree as a team.
Right, but I'm the one who hands them
Right,
out
Val,
anyway.
that hasn't changed, yes?
I'm still going to agree with you all. It's just I hand out the
Right, of course.
invitations.
If
It
I
doesn't
made a
matter
building
if
disappear,
Kingsley
would that be
says.
impressive?
Excuse me, I should probably.
That'd be pretty
I
impressive.
asked the captain if I'm going to have a conversation. I should probably go uphold my word.
By all means.
Of course.
Of course.
Right now.
I apologize.
Pleasure meeting you.
Good meeting you, Vesper.
And remind me, what was your name again?
Isabel, a pleasure. Isabel Quill from the Kalani Isle.
Isabel Quill. I see.
ya.
A pleasure to meet you.
I'm not a noble or anything, so you don't need to worry.
And I'm not too good with noble customs or whatnot, so.
Yeah, me neither, really. I mean, I try my
That's
best.
what's up there.
I've been around them. I've been in school with them, you know.
Oh,
They're
really?
fine.
We were in school with a noble as well, actually.
You gotta tell them
Maybe
about
it
how
was
they
something.
also tried to backstab us, theoretically speaking.
Wait, what?
No, they never did that, no.
It was technically treason when they duplicated keys, but...
So you were at school of nobles before? You mind if I...
Wait, what? Yeah, I came from a merchant family, and they well, I had a large endowment, and I was able to.
That's why she
go to
got
school for
kicked
all
off of
years.
captaincy.
And then I got an invite here.
Oh, wait,
Really excited to be here.
Okay, sorry.
Was it just
You know, that
standard
kind of
academics
explains
or
a
Some
lot.
people don't pay attention.
specialized? Or?
I don't pay
No,
attention
Kingsley was just
because
out of the
I'm
loop.
fucking nice.
Oh, a magic academy.
I just, she was
Where are you
being
from,
nice to
Fulani?
me.
I assume the institute was also on Fulani?
Yeah. I don't know if they still do stuff anymore.
It has been months, Kingsley. You only
That's
just
why I
found
learned
out
all my
now.
allegiance
It's been roughly 4, actually, now that I think about
into
it.
team politics.
Yeah.
That would be useful. A bit too much.
Kingsley?
So much politics right now, for example.
Kingsley,
For
who is
example,
second in
Velvet
command right
has
now?
decided to rename himself.
Him.
Y'all are very tall.
That's only because I looked at the board.
Apologies. I'm
feel
actually...
pain, but a little less.
Yeah? Oh.
You know, I like making this joke.
Are there any short
Technically, I'm
people in your
shorter
team?
than you.
Rowan gets it.
Unfortunately,
I'm fine with this. I get more sleep. It works for me. Nothing to worry about. I can just slice things.
I mean, I can knock you now.
And joke.
Like, I can knock
It's
you
all
out.
Aether Tech to about
If you
here.
have sleep. If you want more sleep, I can, I can help
Oh,
with that.
wow.
Calm down, big guy.
Can you feel that?
Alright.
No.
I already got punched by
It's like
Metal
how I
Man.
couldn't feel
I
our
don't need to be
handshake.
punched by wood.
Crazy. Oh. That must be strange.
When did you get punched by Val?
Wait, so this is everyone from your... What's
You really are out of the loop.
Team Lumen.
When did I punch you?
I will
The other
admit,
squads
I've
that
been kind
might
of
be-
There's only 4
isolating
of you?
myself for like
A long time ago.
I remember shooting you when I got my
Team
gun.
Ventus and Team Umbra are the ones.
That was one. You also threatened me
I
with a
remember that.
weapon.
And then you
Acquiring
bashed me
ideas
across the
gets
head
that.
as well.
Alright, to be fair, that
So
was
there's 3
the
of us
entire
on the
point
street.
of the
Don't forget,
lesson,
though.
so...
Each one of you has to figure out which one
It's
of
not
us
my
is
fault.
in which team.
Blame
is that
Octavian
right?
or something. That's what everyone else
More or less.
does.
There's 4 of you, but force that. But yeah.
There's 4 of us?
Correct. Unsorted.
Oh no, he was on. Oh, he was on about shooting me.
Oh, yes, the girl who was here before. I remember.
speaking.
Yeah.
There are also 4 of Lumen, which means we need to take at least 2 of the unsorted.
Yes. I'm
Let me see.
trying.
This, Amari, right?
Yes.
I forgot. Because she's not new.
Who are you looking for?
I know they're.
It looked like you were looking for someone.
They're kind of.
No, it's so hard to see.
Needs people too?
Yeah, it really is.
Have you tried getting glasses?
Bigger birds out in the sky. Yes.
Yeah, no.
I was saying
My
that,
eyes are made for
I was
dark.
saying that.
I
I was gonna say when you go
No,
into the
the captain
building
you're
and
looking for
you've been in there
would
for a
be the,
while, and you go out, it's
the,
blinding.
half
It
orc.
hurts your eyes so
It's
much.
so blinding.
The
yeah.
captains have sashes
Could you
like that.
imagine a feathered dragon?
Well,
Actually, I think those exist.
Like
depending
this
on
thing?
the squad, of course.
Shit.
Yes.
That one.
Oh.
It's easier to
Luke
see
is a
from
captain as
behind.
well.
Yeah. Luca's a captain, Valder's a captain, and I believe Tao is the captain of Ventus.
I'm sorry.
Kiki, is Tao your captain?
I'll do it.
Yes.
Alright, just making sure.
Hello.
I'm back.
Can I go see your captain?
Sure, follow me.
Ooh, first I need to talk to. Hang on.
Okay.
It was nice meeting
Well,
you.
very nice to meet you, Yellow.
You too.
Can I talk with you?
Take care.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yellow.
It's fine.
I'll fucking blast you into next week, Madari. Don't fucking test me. Not you.
No,
Seeing
not
as,
you.
seeing as everyone else is off having private conversations, should we talk about first impressions?
Sure. Where's King? Private
Talking
conversation.
with Professor.
Well, this is just first impressions. It's not too important.
Well, yeah, we can discuss between ourselves. Oh, we'll go in opposite ways. Right.
Watch out, they're vicious. Apologies, I don't want us to be sitting next to the arena and suddenly get blamed for trying to get in.
Honestly,
wouldn't be the first time.
Wooden fence with snow. No snow. No snow. No.
They take a couple steps back.
Any particular thoughts about any of them?
You don't want the snow in it, right?
No. I got rid of... Oh. Wait, they'll burn it.
That's wood, yes. I'm not an idiot.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Yes. I'm curious. Your base, it's glowing.
Oh, this was a ritual. It should be wearing off pretty shortly. It's a spell we learned as a standard spell that lets our weapons turn magical. It might last for about an hour.
Lesser infusion.
I see. I wondered if that would work with my spell.
I believe your spell is technically already magical in nature, so...
That's
precisely.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Elemental weapons.
Longer.
Yeah, elemental weapons. You can do a sigil for. So it might be able to prevent.
You can apply an element, yes.
That might work then.
In fact, I do so now.
Oh, really?
Yes, while over the past couple of months, I've been practicing with poisons, and I happened to learn how to enchant veninum onto my blade using my own concoction. But it's that's about it that I can do with it. But I thought it would be more effective to use a homemade potion or poison rather than fire or anything the like. Easier to control. Next to my illusion.
Practicing venomous magic then.
Only to a small degree. It's not a primary focus of mine or anything, of course.
Spells. Do you have an affinity?
Oh, I certainly can cast a couple. Well, my primary areas are illusion magic, followed by, of course, I'm studying in Venenum itself, but, well, as needed, I am more susceptible to the natures around illusion, of course. But in terms of magic, I suppose I should really go to the display area if I'm to do it for you, so I'll do so.
If you don't mind.
Gil? Not so worried.
Has anyone seen Yorl anywhere?
Over there, last I saw.
Yeah, he might have been over there.
He was off by the... He was off by the training dummies, if I remember.
He might be gone by now, but it's worth checking.
It's very useful for positioning myself. Other than that, regarding illusion magic... a moment, if you'd please. Alright, channel it through. Okay.
Sand. You'll be fine.
Again. Right. A sandstorm. That's a little weaker today than that.
Right. It's been a while since... Seems like we've gotten better, to be honest, but...
Watch out for Kingsley and Actaris.
When it wants to. Oh, that's clear already, my eye. That's better. Sorry, it's a bit unruly in the snow. It doesn't quite work right.
Is that illusion?
And, yes, it's, Professor Lupe Bellacosa, showed me it, well, guided me through it before her departure.
I see.
And finally, the, Venenum casting. If I just get my weapon out ready. So, as you can, understand, Rowan, the casting itself requires you to imbue a set of runes into your weapon. Now, many of us at the Academy, in fact, have instead chosen to embed them into the blades or weapons themselves so we don't have to draw them out. And if you infuse it with mana, it will immediately activate the lesser enchantment. But with a brief change, you should be able to activate there any kind of element onto it as well. In this case, veninum, but again, a little shoddy. I think I'm out of practice.
Something of Nurse's ritual. The professor over there is the one who taught it to most of us.
Hey,
Which professor?
Well,
the professor.
Arcturus.
I'm gonna go talk
Arcturus
to
over there.
I see.
Chancellor Malik for a second.
Very well.
Of course.
Yes.
Very impressive.
There's plenty of resources here for you to learn and professors to learn from, of course. Their academy first and foremost.
I saw there was a big
Wow.
library. Certainly, I look forward to perusing the books.
There's a lot of books, that's for
Hey,
sure.
has the rest of our team stopped by here yet? Caleb?
No.
Nico?
I have not seen them. Unfortunately.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad to see that you've figured out the sandstorm spell. I know you were struggling with that for a while.
Yes, it took me some time. In fact, during the short period of time I'd learnt you were away, when I came to, I devoted
Seem
my
a
time
little
into
deep in the
practice.
snow there.
It's when I mastered
It
it.
certainly shows that. As for me, I'm a divine healer.
Oh, that's impressive.
Know how to fight, technically. Most of what I've learned. I'm going to walk over here shortly. What is that?
Hey, you three? You know the rules.
But yes, I'm
Take it in the ring. Come on
I
now.
usually act as a second line of defense.
I
see. That would explain that.
Yeah. Originally it was for me, but I quickly learned that I kind of need to have been better than that. It was a greedy thought.
That was right in the back of your head.
But,
Snowball.
Which
other than
one?
that, I have most of the standard
Him?
magic that we've taught, like the ritual spell. Some healing, my shroud to my
Honestly, I don't remember.
And I have the ability to project a wall.
You all know, if you want to have a snowball fight, in the ring.
Sure thing.
I don't care who started it. Go in the ring.
It's a little small and too much something coming out of it right now. It'll be fixed. Other than that, you can use it to take cover. Unfortunately, Amari is gone yet again.
Ah, shame.
Duel of the Ages over there.
I was actually thinking of making a wall spell myself, but it seems like you're doing it already.
Yes,
Rowan is
admittedly, I wish I got more use out of it.
Yeah, I was more
At
thinking
one
of
time
like, you know, those crossbow shields that like Crossbowmen set down, something like that, but then maybe a row of 3.
That'd be handy.
Oh. It's certainly
Just,
useful having
range
something
cover.
to... Yes, cover. Very useful. I was thinking, actually, it might be time to improve my own illusion skills. I've dabbled into veninum, but... I don't think disappearing's gonna be
Less
quite
magical.
forever.
Very capable shield.
No. What are you thinking?
Oh,
Well,
Kingsley?
Right now, I'm torn between two particular areas.
You talking about Kingsley or me?
Pick up a crossbow, learn how to use it, and
Just get a quick summary of both of you. If you'd like to demonstrate, though, by all means.
perhaps physically work out enough to
I'll
use
refrain
them to
for now.
at least hover or gain high ground. It might be of use.
That's fair.
Alternatively,
Unfortunately,
I heard once seen before Professor Bellacosa
most of my spells will
of illusory magic to create
burn
a
through my limited supply.
acted on its own.
I understand.
It was a
I
combination between
myself have
illusion
only
and
so much to work
divine,
with.
I believe.
Although now that
Correct,
we're on land,
exactly.
it shouldn't be too hard.
What I thought was, rather than creating a unique being,
How are you not
what if I
freezing?
took the supplemented one onto myself?
I'm
And I
used
could
to the
feel
sea.
consistently
I'm on
different
cold
movements.
waters quite
For
a lot.
example, when someone thinks they're striking me,
I should probably
instead of
go find
disappearing,
Ventus.
they
Now
see
that I've
them
presented myself to
self-strike,
both Lumen
but in
and Umbra.
fact it will just pass straight through while I'm
Take care, and if you ever
moments
need
away.
anything, feel
Displacement,
free
I
to approach
suppose,
any
in
of
a
us.
way. Something more
Did you need
I wanted to
consistent.
apologize I had for a while.
For the way we treated y'all on our boat. We
I
weren't
don't
aware
know,
of
perhaps
the
not
things
as-
people have gone through.
My mind was very simple.
We weren't aware of the scope
Easily
of
deciphered.
everything you've done.
If you can look pretty
Something
check
far more
that is
controllable.
realistic.
To the extent where perhaps I could survive being stomped on by a rift beast because it might miss and go for the wrong knee.
I was perhaps a bit too harsh,
That was the fault.
but I appreciate the apology.
I can't defend against an area currently.
I accept it.
You will always have a friend in Captain Pumpkin Patch.
Are you a divine caster?
I am a divine caster, yes.
I didn't know that. I suppose we haven't interacted that much, but...
I mean, fair, but what kind of effect did you think I did?
I suppose that makes sense. I've only seen the volley of arrows once, and that was more
Where he
so of-
magically
Well, I knew
creates
that was just Ventus.
a bunch of arrows.
A bunch of copies, yeah.
I mean, you magically create fire. It could have been just magic in the shape of
It's
bullets.
not magic. It's thermodynamics. Very different.
Scientific
I
magic.
do divine magic, yes. Although I have changed something, I have, well, replaced my displacement spell with something a bit more practical.
Can I?
It's a light.
The healing hand. Well, that happens when you keep flinging your bow, and also when crystals pop out of your arm, like I don't know.
You guys should get gloves like me.
My arms are a bit
I
rough
see.
now.
Gloves?
Yeah, my.
What is a prosthetic but a metal
some
glove?
Gloves. You're missing a hand. It's not something you put over it. It's a replacement.
He's missing.
Oh wait, this wasn't a serious question, was it?
It wasn't.
No.
Okay.
Can't you tell by my
So is
facial
that like a
expression?
light spell? Or?
Healing hand.
So what are you guys'
Oh,
thoughts
you've
on the new
picked-
people?
They seem very skilled, from what I can tell. One of them seems to be a third circle spellcaster. Which
I don't
that's
believe it
true.
yet. No offense.
He hasn't shown
Wait,
it.
hold
to
on.
be
What
fair.
is the third level?
From what she said, she hasn't
Isabella
shown it,
Quill
admittedly.
is a third circle illusionist, though she has not shown any
Zeraka.
abilities.
Ironic that it is illusion.
Yes.
Other than that,
Welcome back,
I've seen
Amari.
the capabilities of some of them, but
Yeah, I'm having a bad day.
I can tell.
We all are.
That's 4 times.
I first need
since
to learn
I've
an
just been
additional
here
second level before I can think of the
that
third
I've
level.
lost.
I've got designs for at least the third.
I think you should leave this area. It might just be it. Oh.
Creating a shield wall.
I have closed.
something else.
Legitimately, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I just gonna. It's
All the unsorted left, they're looking around, you know, the usual.
Yeah, they do. They're doing what they're gonna do.
You know, I kept on hitting others. I don't.
I mean, you
Fucking
did that
wander
like
around.
treat like most people when in the
Have a good night.
Yes.
Day.
in the
Whatever
game.
It is day.
Brain hurts.
Okay, Amari.
Do you think we missed the play yet?
What?
Play?
I got an invitation from a mysterious source. Just about how most of Ignis is here. I doubt
That
it's
is
happening
very
right
worrying,
now.
given that it's you.
It wasn't just
It's
me.
very mysterious.
Ignis Dorm is doing stuff. I don't know. What else do you want me to say?
Oh, that thing. Yeah, that's. You can come if you want. It's just to not fill everything. It's just, you know, the basement. We don't want to have.
I don't know if it's happening now. It's been a pretty rough day.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen anyways. It's for eco.
Some theatre to lift spirits?
Yeah, something like that, I guess. I mean, if you want to, we can go and check. If they're doing it now.
Why did you pick that of all weapons? It looks like a looks like a bird.
Don't say that.
It's just fuck it. Sorry, I didn't actually mean to do that.
Only Team Lumen can get away with those jokes, Ram.
We really shouldn't be able to.
Did you know?
Last time I checked, you wore
Ted,
blue.
did you know Ram almost was on Team Lumen?
Yeah,
I
funny
know.
enough.
I invited him. It's okay. Spread your wings and join Aqua. Yep, just like that. Out of the 4 birds I've seen, well, you're not really a bird, are you? So we've already gone through this.
I just have the wings.
Exactly.
You know, birds
I
have
also
wings.
My head.
You've got strange fashion, but it's natural fashion, so I guess I accepted.
Okay. I was about to say, like,
I think he more so meant your
I'm not doing anything
hairstyle,
different
not
than
your.
everybody else. Yeah.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Could be worse.
Yeah,
It
don't
could be
know.
the owl.
It's just how it grows.
It's Tell's opinion, not mine.
Right. How are you? All right with the new professor?
No.
You know, last time we had an Aethertech professor, he became advisor of Lumen Team.
No.
Oh no.
I don't make the call,
No.
Tell. I don't make it. I'm just pointing out
No.
the
Very
pattern.
sorry, Tal, but there's indeed probably a
No. No.
I'm thinking about it. Tell didn't see the owl
This is
bears
not
either.
happening.
Oh, you're right. You missed the owl bears.
What?
The owl
We had
bears.
to fight owlbears.
I'll bet.
Family of them.
Fucking hell.
Oh, hold on. What was it? We had like this.
We
this
killed
other
about
thing as well,
6 or
like this,
7.
What we called him? Yeah. We also hold on. We also had like this other weird monstrosity kind of thing. We gave it a damn name.
Is this the Steve I heard
Like a
about?
Steve.
Or whatever
Almost
his
like
name
this,
is.
Like feathered beast.
I believe it's a creature that helped save Cecilia when she got separated.
Oh. The royal.
I wouldn't know. I've never met it. Them.
Not already.
I think she's been married, right?
She should be married by now.
She was engaged months ago. Perhaps.
Yes.
These things take time, but...
Well, I mean, she got engaged and then...
Juventus is also missing their advisor now, so I wonder how that's gonna go.
No, they had 2. Bombadil's also their advisor. Right? Wasn't Bombadil their advisor as well?
I don't know much about the advisors. Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Okay, now my ass is cold. Ah.
Would you like me to warm it up for you?
God, how are you sitting like
Actually, it just seeps through.
I think
You
he's just
forget the
accepted
cold
at this
and you
point.
deal with it.
Honestly, this
It's
is the
funnier
only moment
every
where
time.
I'm jealous of Fel. We can just lock up his knees and just sit like that.
It's all about momentum.
There's zero momentum in what you're doing right now.
Exactly.
I can see the momentum
An
right
object
now.
in motion stays in motion. An object that's still stays still.
I suppose so.
I also think that's maybe just your spear is very like secure on your back. You're sticking in the ground.
I did also stab my greatsword into the ground.
Object that's still though.
How about we check it?
I wonder where center balance is. Like if I just go and like.
No.
Really?
Fine.
That's what it's used for. Ah, fuck.
Oh. Okay, you're actually pushing. You're actually putting him on.
All right. All right.
That's a nice.
I put my hand down already. Fine, I'll stand up. Doesn't matter if I sit on the ground. My ass is metal.
I need to stand up now.
I mean, I guess Tal could also just sit in his tail.
Yeah, but that'd be cold still, wouldn't it?
It's not that strong.
That sounds like it'd be worse, wouldn't it?
Actually, that's not a... I found reason to exercise, forget the wings.
You know, if you had the ability to hold like a dagger with your tail, you could surprise attack someone by just launching it from between your legs.
Well, they are somewhat nimble enough to... yes.
Yeah, they'll hit low.
I like that idea. I
did think about some bladed caps at the end instead.
Might work.
You'd invest in some cups.
I think Kingsley needs to invest in a cup.
Just walk on past and
With
slash.
those raptor-like things being that high.
It's a standard issue at this point. Some creatures around campus like you two.
What's that mean, Robin?
I hear rumors around of what you did to
Kingsley fucking deserved it. It was the lesson.
It hurt. No mercy. God.
To be honest, at the time, I barely knew Kingsley. He was roughly a good couple feet taller than me. And I went, alright, how do I win this? Get his head low. That'll work. And then I went for it. Also, you only hear about that part. Kingsley threw a Viking across the arena.
I did not hear that.
Alright, he did.
Yeah, that was the fight before that one.
Who's firing at the
Side
wall?
note, I'm sorry to derail the conversation. That man over there, I thought he was going to be a professor. Is he not a professor?
He's from the Setting Sun.
He is the settings. He's from the settings.
He's the one from the Setting Sun.
Oh.
My apologies. I thought that the other one.
What is the Setting Sun exactly?
I think it's a trading company.
It's similar to us. They work out of Vera.
Interesting.
Think less
And then-
militarized and more guard help group. I don't know, that's what they told me in Palfindor.
Guard help group.
Who was the one with Alea?
Mercenaries.
What's the term? Founder?
That was her. Alea Rosewood is the founder and biggest sponsor of this place, but that was her. Well, somebody close to her
I
at least.
assumed
who
it was just
hitting
like
her.
assistant or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
she's like
too
the
official as an
noble.
assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like more like I don't know, administrator.
Who knows?
Fair enough.
Well, I would love to, but it seems like the water's already frozen in the cup.
I could warm it up.
Icy milk.
Icy milk.
Good.
Does milk freeze?
So you won't give it display to the students, but
Yeah,
you'll
it does.
flamethrower a glass of water.
I don't need to flamethrower it. I shoot fire out of this hand, too.
Crunchy.
Okay, well,
crunchy water.
you understand the point, though.
I can lick it.
Yeah, let me warm that up for you.
Very flavorful.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes.
Please don't.
You want me to melt that a little bit for you?
Whatever that is at the Madari.
I'm not going to use the full flamethrower, but I'll at least warm it with the plate.
He's so useful in
You have a
survival
flamethrower now?
situations.
Have you not seen my flamethrower?
It's the
I don't know if I
Palvindor
have or
army
I've just
though.
blocked it out of my memory because it was terrifying. Might be
It's
just the
okay.
last one.
I fixed it. I made it bigger.
You need like a different tool in each one of your fingertips. All right, you got the screwdriver, the knife, the scissors. I don't know
you
what
should
else
see his
we need.
other
Like
arms.
a bottle opener on his pinky fingers.
Oh, bottle opener.
I don't need a bottle opener.
Vinyl directly
These things are
tournament
strong enough
was
to just
very
pop a
nice.
bottle off.
No. I'm thinking like a wine cork.
What?
So,
Well, that's
corkscrew?
actually a good idea.
Knife with a lot of functions.
Sorry, I'm warming up some water.
froze.
If you ever need your hands warming, just put them on here every
Don't.
time it
Do
works,
not
I
do
promise.
that. It is warm enough where it might burn.
Anyway, sorry, I haven't really gotten to meet you, Kate.
Alright, Ram, follow me.
I need
I'll do it just one more time.
What? Why am I following you? Oh.
You want to see the flamethrower?
Yes.
I'm doing this in case my other one pops off by accident, because it's known to do that every now and then.
Sure.
So hot. So warm.
I used copper in the etheric device. It appears to have an effect on the flame.
Huh. That's cool.
Everyone's things seem to be getting fucked today.
You know how hard it is? Actually, that's kind of intentional. I'm just gonna leave it. You know how hard it is to get freaking heat-resistant metal?
No.
It was a pain to forge, too.
I can imagine. What was that?
You know where you're sleeping?
Are you...
My sister
What does
used to
this
do that a
mean?
lot. Looking at, you would capture two people in this frame, and you would like save this as a memory.
How do you capture them in the frame?
You know, I've actually done that before.
Oh.
It was a device we had back in Palvendor for reconnaissance.
You'd capture them in like a small...
Yes, using light magic and a Aethertech crystal, you would imprint the light from the visual, because, you know, all vision is based on light.
Oh, she just used it to blackmail people.
Yeah, that too. But yes, it would take the light into a lens, into an Aethertech crystal, and it would automatically draw the light down onto a paper.
Oh, it's like a time-saving thing, so instead of me going and getting some paper and...
It's also near perfect. The only downside is it doesn't do color.
Yes, I heard they're trying to make something like
It's experimental at best.
different elemental crystals, like a red in nature, a fire, and a water crystal.
You would still
Combine
need
those
the
three.
dyes inside of the device. You realize how cumbersome that would be eventually, right?
I mean, yes, it's still a prototype.
What if you just took the dyes and you made them smaller, right? Right? Right.
What if we got a big machine and just put a couple of Ike in it?
They can copy things.
Just
fit them in there and...
color in a different color.
No, they simply just provide the dye. Like, they make sure the dye gets to the right spots and all that.
Poor Vicky.
Luca's a good man. He's energetic.
Oh, it's time for the funeral in a minute.
Most likely.
I can't say much about Ventus. I have not talked to him as much as I would like.
I can love that. Oh well. I'll probably try and up more mana into that one next time.
See, people are very open about using their magic here.
No, we need to.
What a lot of people came here for.
Huh?
To figure it out.
Use our magic?
Yeah.
If you don't
I got a
use
lot
you
of it
don't
now.
improve.
Low frames.
I'm wrong.
As it can be.
Elenia.
Rowan, look out.
Nice to meet you.
You missed.
You did.
He was throwing snow at people.
Snowballs.
It was so aggressive.
Forgive him. The Madari has been.
Well, honestly,
The Madari have
I do have
tortured
to
it.
say that I I also do have to say that the Midari have not been really nice to
You used to
Lumen
throw
for a long
stones at
time.
your
They
kind.
used
It's
to
been about 5
absolutely
months.
I'm used to it.
assassinate the hell out of them.
Yeah, so, I guess fair warning. The Madari have orders to, we'll say harass Team Lumen and Team Umbra. Harass is
I believe
definitely the operative
I
word.
believe they've mostly forgotten that, and you just reminded it.
No, they
No,
know.
they know.
They've been doing it still.
Huh? They know? Oh, they've still been doing it.
Yeah. But
They'll
so
never stop.
Lumen and Umbra, I have to worry about that to an extent, but I suppose it's
Some have even gotten
training?
titles. Whitebird Horror, Blacktail Assassin. Very interesting.
Those are before my time, so I wouldn't know about them.
Hell knows all about them.
Have to inquire.
Actually, Tal and Kingsley. They were there when they first appeared.
Terrifying. But it's not that bad.
Two daggers.
I find if you don't antagonize them, then they don't do it, right, Val?
Sorry, what did you
Actually, I find the opposite. If I antagonize them and threaten them, they don't do anything to me.
Guerrilla combat style?
Did you find your?
Sorry, you're really hard to hear for me for some reason. What?
No luck. I think you might have turned
Guerrilla combat style? Guerrilla.
I do not know
Pigeon
what
run.
that means. I just fight.
Excuse me.
You sit in on.
The investors
just down that way. If you speak with
Got a
That's why
big
I
line of
went away
enemies,
with
you
the
just go to
mention
the
of
side.
training. And fighting against someone else.
I'm afraid you won't be able to run away from that all the time. So,
Oh.
just so you know. I would suggest maybe try talk to Professor Takuya over there and learn a stealth spell.
You know.
Also, did Jackson really call him Tequila this morning?
Yes.
It certainly helps.
Tequila?
Yep, he did.
I would offer it if it, well, it came off.
Oh well.
I guess it was.
Hello, Prawn.
I could ask Zuko if you'd want.
Oh,
No,
Axe Cleaver.
It's just.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Have you seen it transform?
I have seen it transform. It's very nice.
What?
He is a transforming weapon.
It's
I see.
yes. I hate to cut this short, but I do need to go to the graveyard. I promise.
This is
Jason, do I don't want to
really
fit
Madari.
like that dust.
Next Madari that sneaks up on me is getting blasted.
Madari got weird.
Yeah, you.
Also, the actor's
Well,
normal.
once you get used to them, but I still haven't, so. We'll get used to them eventually.
Reminds me of the time I knocked one out.
Hold on.
Hard to tell.
Lumen has space. Umbra has space.
Ventus.
This as well.
Ventus has space. And
That's it.
Lumen has
I think
We've
Terra-
two spots.
Four
No,
people.
Terra doesn't. No, that's it.
You've got two spots.
It is just Lumen, Ventus, Umbra.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of vibe are you looking for?
Honestly, I think we can. We don't have anything we need. I think we have fairly good coverage. So now I guess it's just.
What do we want to double down
at
on?
this point. Yeah, it's what do we want to
Precisely.
reinforce? I guess. Specialization.
Tank. You might as well go. Hold on.
I'm not a tank. That's
I wouldn't
ridiculous.
say I'm a tank.
I was not pointing at you. Oh, sorry. I was
I think you
pointing to the
implied-
sky towards Kingsley.
Kingsley.
Yeah.
He's around. I think he went to the graveyard.
Yeah, that's why I
Over there.
pointed like anywhere around here.
About to say that the giant man can fly.
Well, there he is. You know, on a good day.
You would be
That's very
surprised.
concerned.
You should see him jump.
I mean,
What do you think his tree arm was
I
for?
can make people fly.
Turns into a giant wing. Just starts like flapping
Only
his
one.
arm really
Just
hard.
one.
I think he would just
That's
like,
what
fall
James
into
does.
the ground miserably.
James.
No, he just
James
waves
is
his
too
other
full for the
hand
wing.
and it kind of works.
Haven't seen James in a while.
It's like when your carriage has a faulty wheel and it just kind of turns left all the time.
Captain?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have anything to say. Sorry.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Don't just join the conversation and just leave.
He's a Viking, don't call him little, they're all like that.
Oh. I've never met a Viking.
I get used to it.
You know, I actually heard he's pretty average for his height. Oh.
On or like when is
funeral
happening? Sorry.
I believe it's on at the graveyard. I'm not sure when it happened.
Right now.
I thought it was sundown, not sunset.
There is.
It is by sundown, but I think Malik's about to tell us.
I think he's
about
gonna tell us.
3, 2, 1.
In the cemetery.
There we go.
Thank you, sir.
Inform my team.
I'm also afraid I'm not quite sure where that is either.
Kingsley knows. Kingsley's going. We can follow Kingsley if we're unsure.
It's to the right of the docks, if you're approaching from the school.
So like this way and that way, and then follow around, you'll see it. I'm gonna start there now.
I'm mostly gonna start making my way there.
Mind if I follow you?
Are you going, Tal?
I'm just going to stand here and wait for Kingsley and...
You could follow Malik. He'll lead the way.
Oh, he will.
Aren't we supposed to be getting to know you better?
But I'm not walking that way.
Val does his own thing. If you ever want to get to know Val, you've got to go to the Aethertech lab in the morning and wake him up. He'll tell you
Assuming
everything.
I'm not awake.
Right.
I have no idea where that is.
3rd floor on the right.
He'll show you. It's quite a interesting place, but it's very warm if you like the warmth.
The right one.
From which way?
Not to be confused with the left.
So, when you walk towards the castle, you'll see... No, I'm...
Wait.
Excuse me. Are you medical by chance?
Yes.
We need medical on standby for something I'm doing.
Am I qualified for that?
There's the funeral
Have you
right
received
now.
any training?
Yes, but... Alright, I will come.
I mean, if...
We
Right.
can always fire with Arcturus.
This seems like a bad idea, right?
It's a really bad idea. Kind of fun, though. Do you reckon Kingsley's having a good conversation with our investor?
They're both for Viren. I'm sure it's fine.
Right.
Also, I heard the investor guy mention Gaia a lot, so...
Oh, perfect. Then they'll get along just fine. I'm sure Professor Octavian loved that.
Unless they're, like, opposing sides of the same church. You know that's a thing.
Oh, fucking hell. Religion. Why can't they all just agree?
This is why I stick to politics. Way easier to follow.
Right, yes, I'm absolutely sure from everything Cecilia told me that politics
Yeah,
is
vote for
very
one
easy to
person,
follow.
assassinate the rest. Very easy.
Palvindor.
Why do you think General Morgan's been in charge for so long?
If you kill the competition, there is no competition.
That was only like the first year or so. The rest was putting down rebellions or whatever.
But those rebellions are actually the competition.
Oh, I don't know. They usually die out pretty quick.
Is that, from the military's doing, or the rebellion themselves?
I'm not allowed to talk on that one.
Right. Totally the military.
If I was still with
Your country's
Balfandor,
fucking
I'd
insane,
probably have to shoot you by now.
I know. I respect that.
The fact that I would
Probably
shoot you for
run
my
away.
country, or the fact that I'm not going to do it because you're my friend.
That's a difficult one. Both, really. I mean, one shows loyalty to a country and the other shows loyalty to a friend. What if you had to be loyal to your country again? Would you still shoot your friend?
No. They're not going to take me back.
True. I suppose it's a null question. Well,
there's only
I suppose
one
I might as well
exception,
pay
and
my
that's if I...
respects, right? Hmm?
The only reason they'd take me back is if I took it over.
That'd take quite some effort.
We heard.
Right, Professor.
We are
Yes,
collecting
we'll
our
be on
team.
our way shortly.
Don't lie to him, I'm not
Well, we're
going.
more just kind of watching and waiting at this point. You're thinking about not going?
I'm not going to go. I know what Skya would want me to do, and I'm going to do it. Simple as that.
We're going to work?
Yep.
By the farms and such.
Makes sense.
I'll see
That's
her
a
when
good
I'm
way
done
of
with the
showing
project.
respect.
That's how it's been. That's how it's always been. That's how it's always will be.
Quite noble, actually, Val. Surprising.
This is not the
I
first
suppose
time
not. It's
I've
just-
lost a teacher. Unfortunately. But that's war.
That it is. And now you'll have the owl. Sorry, the Primal Ziraka, whatever their name was again.
Monty.
Monty, the Primal Ziraka, who happens to resemble an owl.
I think that's his monogate on his chest.
Oh, someone else said it was a aetheric assistance device for his frail heart, or something along the likes.
Right, which would most likely go over a major source of mana, his monogate.
Right? Which would make... yes.
Which would theoretically make it an assistant to his monogate, which means he's probably better with magic and whatever. Although with a frail heart, I don't know how much he can cast. It's quite taxing on the body.
Quite interesting.
Hope you have a light, it's about to get dark.
I'm used to dark night. Although admittedly, the snow's looking a little different than sand when it's dark. Reflects better, actually. Shame it's all bloody white.
There's also the legendary yellow snow.
Ah yes, let's not forget about that.
Tastes like
Mitesh
lemons.
makes lots of those puddles. I'm sure. You reckon we could get someone to eat yellow snow?
Montage.
Probably Mitesh, yes. Still got nothing on sponges, though.
I will say, even if someone knows that yellow snow is usually bad for consumption, theoretically you could trick their mind.
Make them think it's good.
Over in ASICS, there was a thing where they took shaved ice and then drizzled it with different juices and flavors. I believe yellow was lemon, so you'd have like sour ice to eat.
So you give them yellow snow, but you disguise it as something else.
Don't worry. Anyways, you give them one of these yellow shaved ices of the lemon flavor.
Who are we doing it to?
We haven't decided yet, but we're trying to trick someone's mind into... Because, see, there's this flavoring that I know of back in ASICS. It's, you put it on shaved ice, makes it taste like lemon. The only downside is...
I know.
Yes. I was explaining to Tel, but regardless, with enough of it, if you keep giving someone the lemon ice, you can swap it with the yellow ice, eventually, and they'll believe you. I'd say we're gonna do it to Murtash, but I feel like we only have to do the yellow ice and give it to him in like a cup or something, and he'll eat it.
He'll just have it. I think a more difficult target might be appropriate.
Raum.
Raum. Yes, Raum would be perfect. Wait, no, Raum wouldn't understand because of the cultural differences down there.
That's why you start with the lemon ice.
Right.
See, because then you can take a bite, show it's good, and then...
yes. I think Ram would work well then in that case. But who's the most serious individual in the academy?
Don't look at me, I already know the plan.
Tao?
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Tao's Drozen, so it's probably not the worst he's had.
It probably...
Why not that girl from Ventus? The mouthy one. Yes.
She's also from Droza.
Should probably prove a threat afterwards, knowing her.
We're trying to pick people who won't try to kill us afterwards.
Jackson?
Solus would be too stupid. No offense to him.
Could do Jackson.
What about your captain?
Well, he's a Sixian. He might catch on.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
he might catch on, but he's also very trusting. He'll take whatever you say and run a mile with it.
And if we've got one of his team members in on it, it's easier to do.
But that makes it a little more boring, don't you think?
It does.
If it's too easy and not a challenge, it's not fun. Umbra? Ooh, we could get Luca.
Ooh, we could.
Why not the snarky, pompous girl? What's her name? Lucia.
Lucia, no, she's Palvandorian. Like me. She'll know. In fact, she might try to swap it on Mars.
So not her.
Unfortunately, it's kind of a common prank in Palfandor. Not much else to do.
Just trick each other and feed each other piss and snow.
Yellow snow is not piss. It's very different.
Right.
A lot of weaknesses. Or rather,
A lot of
lower
Ignis would
academically.
just eat it.
They'd be too easy.
They would.
Not Philia, but I don't want to be mean to Philia. She's helping me on projects.
No, true.
She's too wholesome.
Kiki? No.
Kiki would kill you.
Would no. Yes, she would.
Could do it on a new student.
Not a good idea for us.
We could trick the illusionist.
Okay, that would be very funny.
The only new student that you could probably do it to, though they'd kick your ass, would be Amari.
Amari would beat you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why me? Why not you?
Well,
Shift
it's
the blame
simple,
onto me,
really.
of course you
I'd
would.
shift the blame onto you.
Exactly. Okay, next time as we talk, we will decide. We must think over this carefully. It is very important.
Alright, good luck, Shell. Hope you were glad waiting for that
Yes.
long for them to immediately walk by you.
Walk off and by me.
Life's
I'm
rough
going
for
to
Tel.
chase
It's
them
like he's
slowly.
invisible to some people.
Don't know what you're on about.
It's alright, Tel.
Fucking joke, man.
We see you. We
Fuck
see
you.
you.
One that I wouldn't, at least with the Unstarted, the one I wouldn't recommend is the new healer girl. What's her name? Elena?
Elenia, yes.
I've got the opportunity to sit down and talk to her for a little bit on the boat. It'd be better to leave her alone.
Very well. Time to see if DMs are busy. Work montage. It's kinda dark now. I need to grab a torch.
Never heard anyone. Yes, indeed.
Professor?
I didn't expect anyone to still be here at this moment of time. Apologies I couldn't be at the funeral as much as I wanted to.
Everyone has
what
their
brings you here at the
own way of paying respect, Professor.
yes, you. And what brings you here at the hour of the night? I was just about to retire myself.
I am respecting Madam Skyhead in my own way.
I take it that you didn't attend the funeral as well.
It is still going on, but I am busy working in the forge.
The same can be said for me, but it's a nice bit time to look upon the skies, or their lack of. Quite symbolic, don't you agree?
Is this the inside of the tower?
I really can't tell.
It looks like it.
Who am I to complain? Besides, whatever happened, any of it, a window's a window, yes, you're correct. At the end of the day, lingering around outside still, it calms me a little bit after all these. Professor Skyhead was a dear friend of mine. Well, not really, just more of a friend. As I know you're probably tired of hearing me say that, but still.
I would never, Professor.
Well, if there's any for you, would you care for a drink?
That would be nice.
Gladly, well, I don't have any spare mugs at the moment, but let's just pretend we have one over here.
I could grab one from the...
Yeah, take this.
Very well. Thank you.
It won't take too much time. Just take it as it's a mug. Don't worry about it. Well, how about a toast to our dear Skyhead?
To Professor Skyhead. Gone too quick.
And if I may ask, what have you been working on in the forge? What's kept you so preoccupied?
Besides all of the fucking beacons I had to make, I'm finally working on a
Ah,
personal
you're responsible
project.
for it then.
I helped. It was a group effort.
Okay. And pray do tell, what is this personal project you may have, if I may be privy?
A new type of armor.
Keeping yourself up to date, I see. I mean, after all that's happened, I suggest that is a very good idea.
I mean, regardless, this is, while well built, relatively practical. I'm going to use etheric metal to make my next set.
I'm not as well versed. The professor seems to be well versed in it. Maybe you can lend a little bit of knowledge or two about Aether Tech to you. I mean, he was handpicked by Cecilia for a reason. I think, not entirely sure, but that's what he told me.
I think this is a path I must take on my own, out of respect for my last teacher.
Understandable, yes. It almost feels like things go by too fast. One day you know somebody, the next day they're gone. All that is life.
You must mean it if it's coming from you.
Pardon me, what was that?
It must mean something if it comes from you. You are aged and wise.
You know, yes, even somebody as old as me who have seen like his fair share of tragedy and misfortune can still crumble. Especially when you think that things are safe. That's when they get you. But I guess that's an important lesson to bear at either way. There's no happy endings, but eventually they'll all come to an end. But that being said, I do like to dwell on the positive sides of things. Who was it that once said the quote, "Don't be sad that they're gone. Be happy that they were there. For the brief time you knew them, interacted, they've sure to imparted some valuable knowledge for all of us. Don't you agree?"
I think that was someone from Flint.
Ah. Weren't you from Flint, young Val?
No, I'm from Palfindor. Little different.
Nah, of course. I mix up my Essexian proverbs from left and right. But it's a good proverb to keep on hand. I'll go, Steam Lumen, if I may ask.
We are Team United. It's all that matters in the end.
That's good to hear.
Looking into new prospects for new members and such.
Pray do tell to me, who do you think is your closest comrade? Not just in terms of, well, not in terms of just like as a team, as in personal, if I may ask.
I don't think I could put it down to one.
Well, it's good to have more than one, of course. That's how I would say the same if you asked me the same with the staff. It's not easy to pick from a group of not just well-meaning, capable people, but comrades. A lot of them. How naive we were, thinking that because we were able to handle ourselves with Rift Beast all the way down in Kenvale, we were able to snag one ourselves and keep it without any rhyme or reason.
Well, at least we
I
did
do
learn
say
one
that's
thing.
more on the fault of the staff. No, and what might that be?
Well, rift beasts are intelligent. They could tell it was at sea when it had a chance to break out. It didn't break out until it reached land.
That is fair. Something still doesn't, if I say, add up. There was... Well, I think it's safe to confide this information, but didn't seem... whatever happened there, it didn't seem to be the beast's doing. Be it a coincidence or a sure. Whatever it was, I intend to find out.
I have a question for you, Professor.
Please do ask.
From the boat to the arena, was it ever left alone?
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, they've been carried. It's been 100% guarded the entire time from the boat to the arena. But I wasn't fully there when that brief moment where I took the teleporter and the day started walking there. They took a long way. So, not entirely sure myself.
Because if the tampering of the lock happened, it would be most likely on the boat, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely be. Oh, I still wonder what would the motive be, and if ever it was a setup, who would it have taken, and what was their motive?
I hate to
Obviously,
play
whatever their motive was,
devil's advocate, but the setting sun, they do something similar to us, do they not? They deal with rift beasts.
Dad, you are correct. Although,
would it
I'm
not
having a hard time convincing the...
get them more people if we looked incompetent?
That does sound a bell. You know, you're onto something. I too have been doubting these investors. They were talking to me earlier this morning. They were quite very inquisitive about the nature of the school, but the staff really doesn't. The other staff doesn't really seem to share the same sentiment. Maybe I'm just being a bit over emotional after the sequence of events today, but I just can't keep the. I just can't keep my gut feel. I say so myself.
Maybe it's just where I'm
I think I'll
from.
be here for.
And get used to being
To be
stabbed
fair,
in
it's
the
also a
back.
job for.
Sorry, please continue.
That's so. Now it's my fault. I am getting old. But yes, as I was saying, I was just saying that, as that may be, as a man of science, it's also my job to doubt. So, I don't know.
And we are
But
in the
hopefully,
same
whatever
boat.
happens, the light.
I'm merely
Well,
doubting
then,
the
if I
other
may
side
ask,
for you.
Well then, if I may ask a favor of you. It doesn't look like I'm getting any of the favors of the other staff about this anytime soon, knowing that they're an investor, and we do need the funds to secure for the school. May I ask you to keep an eye out on our guests for the time being? Keep an eye on them, just in case they, what's the word? Decide to have a little more fishy business with the safety of our academy, if I may say.
Of course. I know Kingsley had a lengthy conversation with him today. I'll ask him about it later.
Okay. If you find any interesting information, do feel free to indulge me. I could very well relate to the professors if it's anything grievous. Things may be grim right now, but I believe there is justice to be done. In one way or another. I'm not letting my comrades' death be for nothing.
Right.
Well then, it was a nice talk with you, Val. I think I will be retiring here.
Would you like me to,
much books to study for the night.
Would you like me to get
yes,
your
go
light on the
Sorry.
way out?
I might just hang around here for a couple more minutes, just in case there are some stranglers who wish to inquire.
When I
a
looked
bit more.
out the
Not
balcony, I
entirely
didn't see anyone.
Sure.
They're all at the funeral.
Well, I'll be here for a couple more minutes, just in case.
Very well. I'll be grabbing a torch. It is
being
dark.
Actually, if I may ask, can you bring a torch in here as well?
Do you want me to carry 2 torches at once?
You know what? I'll bring a torch myself.
Understandable. Have a good evening, Bombadil.
Right, you have a good day now.
Professor.
You
Professor
as well.
Bombadil.
Don't worry. Just this once.
Thank you, Professor.
You're on your way now. Much to do tomorrow.
You are a good soul, Bombadil. May that never be forgotten. soon.
Steel myself. Make it a bit harder, as they say.
Soon I will be stronger. But till then, I continue to work.
Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves now.
Aether-tech armor. With its higher durability, we'll use more steel. We'll use specific devices to prevent the armor from collapsing on itself and in turn breaking what little bones I have left. Shape. Slim armors do not cut it. Bulkier is better. Therefore, I have more room for mechanical and other options, such as weaponry. Self-defense field. Could engulf an area in fire. Need to work on formula equivalent to a second circle spell. Large project might require multiple hands. Or in this case, wings.
Who's there? Do come in. Apologies, I was able to make it in the as they say. Just reading up on some books here. How was the funeral, if I may ask?
Well, most of the students attended. A majority of all professors joined in as well. We were able to bring and give the cup to Vente that he wanted.
As much as I wanted to join in the festivities, I ended up collapsing. The stress couldn't handle it. But that's my old body talking. Right. It's been a day, hasn't it?
It has been an eventful day.
Hopefully your day has been going better, I may ask.
I'd say so. Just did a bit of cartography work for the captain. It wasn't updated too often. So that we can traverse more efficiently.
Hey, tell.
They don't ranged.
I was able to do one last drink with the professor. Funeral.
Then I shall rip them apart.
Mind if we have one last drink before we retire for the night? Of course. Perfect. This was initially the drink I had saved for Professor Skyette. He insisted on having coffee, and I couldn't bear. Repeat that for her enthusiasm. Fine batch of Fight Gale. Yeah, you can have my cup. Have of that, don't worry.
The rest is just math of equations. I have After math equation. Need to calculate how heavy the metal pieces are so I can judge how much force I need to put into. How much force I need to put into the pistons for legs.
Been a bit too comfortable with our successes. And to think an old geezer like me, even with my experiences of loss, after all these years of my life, do not expect another loss like this to hit me so hard. That just means one thing. You have to work harder. I don't want another mistake happen like this again. Nah. I don't want to see you, or the other professors, or the other staff, or students, for that matter, to be put in such a situation again. This I vow, my friend. Either I die, or nobody else. Wait, it's not the right thing. You know what? Or whatever, you understand my question. I can't get the gist of it yet. I grow weary, Professor. Because I about time to take a rest. Wish to sleep here, or would you prefer to sleep by the dorms again? They fixed the light down there, or the old dark and burgundy.
I'm not too sure, but the fireplace works.
I'll make it your call. What do you say? You may be right. Still on the head stuff, though my head is still very groggy, so if I start stuttering or moving in or whatever place, you understand.
My eyes are getting used to the dark, it seems.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Excuse me one moment. You must be the metal man that Skyet was referring to on the boat.
Yes.
I believe she mentioned your name was Val.
Correct.
Oval. Well, I believe I'll be your professor starting from here on out. I suppose we should get acquainted.
Volunteer.
Machiavel. I would like to ask some personal questions to get to know you, but seeing that it is quite late and the timing would be less than, I guess, optimal, I will leave those questions for another day.
Very well.
You have a good night.
You as well, Professor. These are supposed to be lit up, but I didn't hit the local lights button.
Professor Skipper has these ears, isn't that right, Professor? Oh boy. I'm allowed to go for now. Don't worry about me. I'll be on my way.
Could have sworn there were more of them.
Listen sometimes. We're telling you that we're going to get to the bottom of this and fix the lock. We will. You'll find out. And we will get your help too.
You know what? Fuck it. If Aqua wants to have their light on, I'll put my light on. Easy solution. We call this baiting. I'll just wait for people here. Who knows? Maybe they'll see it and go, "Oh hey, that's pretty neat." Ugh, what a long day. What a slow day. Yeah, this one's probably not gonna be as interesting. Just because Vol's in a particularly bad spot right now. Should check to even see if they're still in. So the lag that's been happening. Oh god, we're down 14 people. Sheesh. Use the lights. They'll make people come over, it said. You'll be popular, they said. Now we wait for my team. The team's coming, right?
Did you know about the alcohol?
The what?
There's alcohol. There's alcohol over there.
Oh my god, you're so fucking loud.
We were just talking about how much we don't like alcohol, but thank you. Sorry, Aqua.
Jack, I still have leftovers of Cecilia's wine.
Good night. Ignis has a tavern. They brought us in there and gave us alcohol. Secret.
We still have leftover wine from Cecilia. She didn't take any of her major important stuff.
Oh, damn.
We still have the 2 fucking thrones.
Sorry, she left what?
Her thrones, both of them.
Throne?
Yes. You know, golden chairs with red velvet cushions.
Yeah, no, I understood what you meant. I was just clarifying because I didn't believe you. Why else?
Door's unlocked if you want to look.
Fucking sure, I need to sit down. Ugh.
What the fuck? Hello? How did she even get these here? Are they real? God.
I mean, they're not solid gold, but they're...
Real gold.
It's gold covered.
Okay, but that's gold.
I mean, yes, the rest is metal.
Okay, well, fucking still.
I don't know where the rest of my team went.
I have no fucking clue either. I haven't seen Lubin since the fucking training grounds. Impressive.
I had some logs left over from earlier.
You just like touched it and it lit on fire.
I have a flamethrower built into my arm. I just put it on low.
That's fucking wild.
That's right, you were gone for that part.
Yep.
No, I meant earlier today you were gone for that part, when I showed it off.
Yep. Yeah, today's been a long day. Fuck.
Yeah.
You know, I thought the most dramatic thing that was gonna happen today was me, like, being back here. And then, yeah, and then it wasn't.
Can you see out the window well?
Only a short angle, why?
Well, you know, privacy.
Excuse me, might there be still anybody inside?
Of course. The door is unlocked. Feel free to let yourself in.
Ah, wonderful. Greetings. I wanted to perhaps introduce myself. Oh, Amari, it's good to meet you again. I am Sinclair Dano. I am the investor of or potential person to work together with the Rosewood Academy from the group known as the Setting Sun. I wanted to just enter and perhaps introduce myself as well to all the students to know that I will be staying here and, well, inquiring as well as what you might understand about the Rosewood Academy.
Of course.
Boss, it's good to meet you.
Yes. My name is Vol.
Oh.
Apologies, it's a little
I can see that by your phone
cold.
It's
hard to get a setting right.
It is fine. I've been informed about you, about your respectful disposition. I do have to say I am not educated when it comes to Aethertech, but you are quite, to say the least, interesting, I have to say.
Thank you, I guess. Though these are mere prototypes to what it's...
Knock, knock.
Hi, Emma. Come on in. It's open.
Thank you. Got alcohol.
Greetings.
We already have plenty of alcohol. Cecilia didn't take any.
Oh, well, where's the wake at?
The what?
The wake?
What's that?
There was a bunch of people sitting outside drinking alcohol, and then they went somewhere else to drink alcohol, and now I left and I'm here.
Oh,
I think it's over. You might have missed it.
I don't know if that's...
team.
Yeah, I think it's...
Yes, Actaris.
Saw someone running over here.
That was us.
Who was the last person by the campfire?
We don't know.
Last I saw, it was Actaris. No, not Actaris. Jackson.
Jackson was there, Morgan, Solace...
Terra team. Terra team was there.
Lefron as well. I've introduced myself.
Terra and Ignis.
One in Aqua that has the wings. I haven't got.
Your guess is as good as mine. Honestly, I never met him.
All right, so the one with the wings, cool.
Doesn't look like it.
I hope I did not cause some people trouble.
It's all right. They were probably drunk.
I cannot blame them after today, honestly. It is quite a loss for all of us. We all had different opinions about Madame Skyette, but she was still an educator at this school. And, quite frankly, no one deserves to go this way. In any case, Mari, have you found yourself comfortable here within Team Lumen? Are you perhaps planning on joining their ranks?
I have no idea quite yet, sir. I haven't been extended an invitation, nor have I really had time
We got a week to figure people out. I'm not gonna do it early.
I understand. Some people might have, quick decision making and say, like, I want to specifically be with all of you, and so be it. Some people have that way. I personally agree with Val. Taking time is what is most important, especially during these times.
Definitely.
In any case,
It's less about Amari impressing me, though. Amari already has my vote of approval for a Lumen team.
That is good
But
to
I'm
see.
not a dictator. Yet.
Ah, yes. If I remember correctly, I was informed Pavandorian, right?
Correct.
Spoken like a true Pavandorian, I do have to say. The same humor as well. In any case, I was here to, first of all, formally introduce myself, but as well as also perhaps inform people that the plan, one of the plans that I perhaps have for tomorrow, depending if Councillor Malik as well as Madame Rosewood are acceptant of it, I was perhaps inquiring that the students, meaning that the teams, introduce me to the Rosewood Academy. That the professors that are still there join their respective teams for potential emergency correction of things that they say. But until then, I would like that when the time comes that the students show me what they think and what they believe is Rosewood. So I will take that time tomorrow to perhaps make a small plan, educate myself of the lay of the land, so to speak, and once I've made my choice, I would like to gather all of you and then, well, test your knowledge of what you understand about Rosewood one by one.
Very well.
Of course. If other team members of Team Lumen should arrive, I've already informed Kingsley about this thing. If there would be any more arriving, please inform them about this potential event as well.
I believe that would just leave Rowan and Telkaras, who I haven't seen since...
Right.
The training
I've only heard
grounds.
his name in
That was a
passing.
while ago.
Rowan was the one with the more facial coverage, right? I'm sorry, I've only heard his name in passing.
Yes.
Understood. Then I will keep a note of that as well. But in any case, I do not wish to intrude by your nightly talks. If you want to drink as well, feel free to do so. I'm not a stickly person when it comes to such things, but I just want to say I'm happy that you're having me, and I hope that you can tomorrow show me what it means to be one of the Rosewood Academy.
Of course.
Absolutely. I wish you all a wonderful night.
You as well. Do find the guest bedroom comfortable.
I do hope so as well. I need a good bed after what the captain had of that whole... In any case, thank you.
What do you think of him?
Strange man. I suppose as worthy as that ally as any other group in this world, but something strikes me. I don't know. When we were on the boat, he kept asking very prying questions. I suppose it just threw me off.
I had to talk with Bombadil. While everyone was at the funeral, I was paying respects in my own way. We discussed what had happened. From the boat to the arena, the box was not left unattended.
We checked it right before we left, or right before we picked it up.
Regardless, there are only so many foreign bodies in campus.
Yeah. I have concerns. The ship's crew was there in the arena. I don't know very well the black-haired new student, Isabel. She sort of just appeared. I was concerned maybe she stayed along the boat and tampered with something. Someone... I don't know. I don't think the crew... I don't know if they
I'll be
would
blunt,
dare.
the crew seems...
They're getting a paycheck. Stupid.
Oh, they're getting
Yeah, no,
paid
I
and
get it.
they're absolute idiots.
I had to explain what a barrier was to them,
Alright, well that's not...
like, multiple times. Yeah, but that's like a basic magic term. Like...
You have to remember, not everyone is into magic.
Yeah, but like... in cities and in ports and stuff, they'll have barriers to make sure that, you know, pirates aren't getting in or some horse shit. I guess they are pirates, so, I mean... They might,
Are they?
yeah.
Are they actually pirates?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Because I told Murtash, that guy looks like a pirate, and he's like, no, it's just a sailor. He's wearing his
No,
sailing
they're definitely
hat.
pirates.
Listen, anyone who goes by the name Captain Pumpkin Patch is definitely a pirate.
He introduced himself to us and we all fucking lost our minds. Ugh.
But regardless, Bombadil asked me to keep an eye on our investor. It seems that
strange. Yeah.
the other faculty don't like to play devil's advocate. He seems to be the only one who thinks that the investor might be a potential threat. Which has
Well,
me...
We'll have to keep a very careful eye out.
It's probably concerning when you invite someone to your own island, something goes wrong, and then you're not suspicious of them. It's my team, they're fine.
Never mind. I just heard voices and panicked.
I recognized them.
I did it. I don't know who you are. I mean, I do now, but I don't know what your voice sounds like well enough yet. Ugh.
I was wondering where you were. You're not with the others in the...
Others in the where?
living area. You know that they're not forcing them to stay there tonight and they get their own room in the castle?
Unsorted? I'm fucking
Yeah.
staying in Aqua. Fuck that shit.
Not that I really had to stay in there either, in the warehouse, but I'd stay in
You got
there.
shoved into a team in like 3 days.
Yeah, and my
That's
first
true.
day and
I
a half
don't know
was in
if
the-
I can physically stay in the warehouse, to be fair.
No,
I
they're
think
not
I'll
staying
just
in the
freeze to
warehouse.
death. No, that's what I'm
staying
saying,
in
is
the-
like,
oh.
even if we were forced to, I don't think in this weather I physically could.
I could give you my device. My heated gambeson.
I don't want to set myself on fire. Oh, that.
It's a heated gambeson. It
have
doesn't
those and
light
you
yourself.
didn't-
Well, it is connected to my flamethrower as a heat source.
I would love one. I'm a snake Spherica. I will.
Really?
Just
You're a snake
fucking
Spherica? I would have never
Yeah,
guessed.
I was getting to the point. I'm
You're cold-blooded,
I'm
yeah.
mostly cold-blooded. Yeah, that's fucking rough.
Taylor, are you cold-blooded or you just don't like the cold?
I never really thought about it, but I think I just fucking hate the cold, man.
It's fair.
That is fair.
Well, there is one bonus to winter for Tal. There's no birds.
It is true.
You don't like birds?
That's
fucking
why
hate birds.
Realm decided to go on Aqua last minute.
Well, we discussed it.
No,
we
you
discussed it. I gave him an invite. I made an exception for him, and he betrayed me. I'm kidding. I don't mind, but you know, Realm's okay.
If I remember
In the
correctly,
list of bird-like folk, Realm is on the top for me.
Cecilia gave me an invite, and then Tel, less than an hour later, gave Raum an invite. Or something along those
Oh yeah,
lines.
and there was only
One
the
slot
one,
left.
right? Yeah.
You know what's wild to me? I was like 100% sure I was going to get on Ventus.
Yeah.
I spent
and then that
an
happened.
entire day with Ventus, and then at the end of it, I got told they picked Emma, and then they regretted that pick forever.
And look how that turned
for
out.
so
they
long.
fucked Emma over really hard. They fucked Emma over so hard, and then she left. Good job. Fucking lovely.
I'm just impressed Emma didn't join Umbra.
Honestly, yeah. I mean,
She
I guess
fit
it's
there
sort of
quite well.
also her and Luca,
I mean,
but like,
without considering that.
yeah.
Her and Nuka are close friends, are they?
You could say
Sure.
that.
They're close. I don't know if friends is the right term.
Hey, Rowan, are we close friends too? Does this make us close friends?
I'm bringing in pal.
Watch his wing, watch his wing, watch his wing.
You're breaking his
I can't
wings.
see his wings.
Careful.
I can't see them.
They do blend in with the couch.
But you also your hair and your body blocking it.
All right. Careful,
Also,
man.
he's wearing gloves.
What do you mean?
You, Rowan, you're wearing gloves.
I was trying to figure out how that applied, to be honest.
Can't feel.
I mean,
I can-
Amari, settle bed. These are just metal gloves, right?
Do you have arms underneath those, like flesh arms?
What is a prosthetic except for a really big fucking glove?
But there's nothing underneath the glove. It's just Aethertech robotics and stuff. It's not
Exactly.
flesh.
My robot hand is under my glove. My metal glove.
Gauntlet?
It's not a word. Anyways,
What?
That is a word.
not anymore. I've removed it.
Okay. Sick.
Captaincy's gone to your head.
They started removing words.
This is my team. I think that's what Kingsley thinks I think.
Kingsley seems.
Hey, Val.
He hasn't mentioned.
First it's
you
churches
didn't mention
and
that you're
now it's
rubbing off on
words.
him.
Yep. Just gotta take them out one by one. The Palvendor way. Sorry, this is a joke I made with Tel a while ago. Churches aren't really liked in Palvendor. Not that I have anything against them personally.
Fuck.
That was a terrible. That was awful timing, Tel. And I'm the
That
bad
was
guy
so
because
late.
I'm from
Holy
Balvendor.
fuck.
It's just you looked at me and I saw you. I saw your veil and I realized,
This veil has the Lumen logo on it.
I know it does. I was about to say his eyes and then I realized it would have been worse.
Oh my.
Must feel nice, feeling the couch like that. Is it a Madari?
I see you. You little furry oh.
Yeah,
Hi.
please.
Do you want to come in? Drink? You want drink? Oh, get us drink.
I think he's doing the eyes.
Yes.
Like he's watching you. I think maybe.
He's getting us drinks.
It's totally getting us drink.
I will refrain
That,
for
like, I don't
tonight.
have this giant bottle of
What?
fucking alcohol from.
If
Ignis'
you want to
basement.
trust it, go
Did you
for
know-
it.
Did you know Ignis built an entire fucking tavern in their basement, and like, Lafron and Zuko didn't know about it.
What?
So that's why I had to help them move a cannon. That makes so much sense. Nothing's in our basement.
You wanna...
Don't look down there.
Okay, I was gonna say I can show you how to get to the tavern. It's really fucking convoluted.
Not worth it. At least not
Go
yet.
to the tavern and get more booze.
Maybe.
There's something I should know about.
He doesn't want you to know. Just,
All right.
Our chauffeur is here. Caterer? What's the word?
Thank you, madame.
Our catering is here.
Our host.
Very appreciated.
Our what?
I was gonna say host, then I was like, that's not it at all.
That's me. I'm the
And
host.
so I stopped. Okay, but it's like.
I turned on the light, Rowan. I'm the host.
I didn't say anything about it.
You looked at me. I'm catching on.
So going to be a problem.
You didn't see that.
No.
Yeah, Rowan, try this.
What is it?
I don't know.
Isn't that the cranberry juice?
It's pomegranate juice, if I recall.
Whatever it is, it's a fruit.
Really
Berry?
I don't think I think it's just juice. I don't think it's alcohol. It's just juice.
It's just pomegranate juice.
Yeah. Okay.
Fine, give it to me. I'll drink some.
What the
Motherfucker.
Madari? Madari wouldn't poison us, right? That's
Yeah.
like a step too far, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an active, harmful thing. Yeah, pass it here. I'll drink it.
I hate to say it, but I miss Cecilia.
So you guys
It's
running
so
low on
close to
alcohol?
empty.
It's
Well,
okay.
as you see, Ignis
He'll learn about the
apparently
basement
has
storage once I'm
truly
done
so
fixing
much
it.
Booze. Oh, nice.
Oh shit.
She left her fucking thrones. Do you really think I let her get away with all of the alcohol?
She did leave two of her dressers as well, which seemed to be fine. But I do miss having a roommate. I won't say that. I'm excited to hopefully
It's
get
juice.
It's juice.
It's juice. I don't want the rest. I don't like juice.
You know, Rowan, I miss having a roommate as well.
You have a roommate?
One. Seems targeted. I'm just saying. Currently, we have 2 people in our squad that stays in the dorms.
Why don't you just move in together?
Kingsley sleeps
We have
outside still.
Another free room up there as well. It just a waste
I
of.
just Kingsley sleep outside.
It's a choice at this point.
Graveyard today.
Oh.
Okay, you know, I mean,
good for him, I guess. I thought he did that for like 3 days while we were in the fucking... I guess I just didn't pay attention after we left the warehouse.
It's like some nomadic wanderer thing. For respect, I guess.
Fucking yes.
Gaia and all of that.
No, I should let you all know. The investor on campus, obviously don't say the things that would get us in trouble, blah blah blah.
Oh shit, I told him about my conspiracy that Alia Rosewood is actually a rift beast.
What? No, that's a joke. Never mind.
I'm
You
kidding.
weren't supposed to tell them.
I thought that was your thing.
What? Yeah, I'm a rift beast. Yep, notoriously.
I can see it.
Yeah, I scared the shit out of Jackson one night because we were walking to go
Do watch on the wall.
and we were talking about the like rift beast delusion thing that we were fighting against that day.
We were talking about how it looks, and it's like, oh, rift beasts all seem to look like black and purple and red and iridescent. And then Jackson's like, your scales are like that, am I right? And I was like, yeah, that's because I'm a rift beast.
I'm a rift beast. It's me. I'm a rift beast.
Well, you know how it goes.
I've become, oh shit.
I have become.
The safety's on. The safety's on.
Okay.
Does that make it better? I mean, I guess it technically makes it
I
better.
don't think that
but-
makes it better.
How quickly can you turn the safety off?
The safety is me not putting mana into it, so pretty quick.
Okay, that's fair. I
That's
suppose.
a lot better, actually. It's not like I'm gonna accidentally summon a spear and stab someone, so... The fact that it's mana-based is better. Most people
mean,
don't
you
know
need-
that, though, is the issue.
So, despite unpopular belief, you actually have to know how the spell works to make sure it works properly when you cast it through Aether Tech.
Oh, okay.
Some people go on gut feeling, like Emma or Ulysses, or Jack to some extent. But for most people, they just know the formulas.
I get it, because it's like when I'm doing my illusion-based magic, it's all, from what Professor Lupe taught me, it's sort of a feeling for it. But for my Veneno magic, it's very much tied to the formula of the poison that I create beforehand specifically for the enchantment.
It seems to be what Vesper does as well. His magic is poison, and he uses poisons he makes to cast spells. All of his spells are material component. He needs
something to cast them with.
I just use thermodynamics.
I just kind of I think real hard and then magic.
That's the spirit.
I suppose I technically fall in the gut feeling part as well.
Yeah, I mean it's an
affinity. It's kind of just how it is.
Same for me.
You know, with the amount of fire spells I have, one would think I have an affinity or something.
Maybe
You
you
don't seem
just
like
like
a
fire.
hot-headed type to me, though.
Well, it could be hot-headed or also just like
Passionate,
excitable, passionate,
excitable.
angry.
None of those really...
Like Solus.
I'm passionate.
Compare me to Solus right now and
Well, that's what I'm
think
saying.
about...
I would have guessed Cairo for you, to be honest. So I was just gut feeling.
Saying I'm cold?
I'd say he's more of an occult user, if you ask me.
I'm saying you're stoic. Okay, come on now. Let's not start throwing horrible accusations around.
Wasn't your previous captain an occult user, Del?
My previous captain was an occult user.
Do I act like him? I can stop.
No, no, you don't act like him. You're not nearly aware
Please.
enough.
Yeah,
You
don't,
might be
don't
distant
bother
now, but
with the cult. It's...
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not gonna make a Palvandorian occult super weapon or anything.
Yeah, I read that on the board and was like, this seems like something Vol would be like. In whatever way that means.
I mean, I looked at it and I went, that's fucked up, but I could probably do it. Not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, you could
Rowan,
just
it says
mass
something
destroy
when
all
we
the
got
rift beasts
distracted
and
by
then
the
we're
fucking
good.
dragon on the board instead of the Palvandorian.
Yeah,
super
that
weapon.
was...
I mean,
All right.
The dragon is also notable.
A dragon is a walking natural disaster. It's like if a hurricane could look at someone and say, fuck you in particular.
Yeah. I've heard tales of dragons, but it's always just like...
But it's...
fucking bullshit legend.
But it's less
I
like...
should ask Elenia.
wet.
Only know children's stories,
Did
really.
Elenia
Even
know
that's like...
the truth of it?
Elenia's from Josa and she was there the most recently.
She's a dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, Elenia.
Wait, sorry,
I'm
I
thinking
say
of...
something. Elenia.
Isabella.
I'm thinking of Alea.
Isabel.
I'm thinking of Alea.
Oh, Alea.
Yeah, Alea's Josan, definitely.
Who's Alea?
This one is so confused. Everything about it too.
Leo Rosewood, the notorious.
Miss Rosewood. That's the one. No one ever told me her fucking name.
Okay, well.
I'll be
it's
honest.
Alea Rosewood.
I don't think I've seen her all day.
I saw her.
I saw her once at once when we got off the boat, once for announcements, and then once at the funeral.
Keep looking
I
behind
totally
you. It's making
stared
me
at her
paranoid.
during the announcements.
I was confused. She introduced herself on the boat, and I was like, oh.
Like, I had been told by some of the students who had been here
The longest that, like, they had never they'd seen her once on the first ever day, and that was it. So for her to be, like,
just here, is worrying in some capacity. I don't know what capacity quite yet, but...
Tail, you've been on Lumen the longest. Have you ever seen Alea Rosewood before today?
No.
Damn.
Although I have heard about her.
Well, she seems like a cool lady.
I didn't get to meet her once.
Based on... I literally spoke to her twice, and the rest I know based on just kind of... You know, what I've been told. She funded a whole fucking
It's
school
just
so
the
that
way
she could
she
save the world,
walks.
so...
It scares me.
Yeah.
I've never seen
I mean-
someone just kind of... I'm walking with 1,000...
That was a table, Tal. Watch your guy. Watch your foot.
You just walked into a table, your shins are gone.
I don't know what now. I've got knee guards, it's fine.
Okay.
Can't feel a thing past the leather.
You can't?
No, I
Try
would
metal.
ask why you wear armor all day, but then today happened, and you know what? I respect it.
It's like every time
I started wearing my armor when these came back looking worn out and pretty much near dead.
To be fair, I was only missing an arm.
That's fair.
And an eye.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna
an
ask
eye.
about that. You're down to you just don't got limbs no more.
You had an arm when I met you, and now you don't got none. Yeah, I know.
You came back looking like shit.
So Lotharia lost a leg.
My shield broke, so I had to start body blocking acid blasts from rift beasts.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I did that too, except I had a shroud. My shield's also broken. I have a shield now. It's broken.
I have a shield now. It's broken. So you don't have a shield.
I got a shield. I got a shield.
When I was gone, I was given one, but it. Okay, I was given a broken shield and I need to repair it. How about that?
That's better. I still have to fix my legs. I need to get new ones. The gyros keep popping out of my knee.
Odd sentence.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a fucking sentence and a half for, you know.
I need to get new legs.
You said you don't got no limbs.
Didn't say that.
I have had so much to drink, Vol.
I can tell.
Val, serious question. If all your limbs were removed, do you have some sort of backup for moving? Or would you just be stranded?
I have a levitation device built into my spine. It helps me move without my limbs. I move telepathically.
Shit,
So
I can't
you're
tell if he's
just-
being serious.
You can't tell that.
So,
I can't.
so if
I
you
don't
didn't got your
know.
arms or legs on, you would just float around.
Like a
Please
baby
let
in a
this be true. I
jar.
want this to be true.
It's the baby in the jar.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
Okay. I'm gonna...
You've
Okay,
never heard of
I'm
the
gonna
baby in the
go.
jar treatment?
I hate that.
Val, I don't want to hear about the baby in the jar, and I'm
I
going to
also don't want to hear about the baby in the jar.
Enjoy your stay at Lumen. Aqua, fuck, where Lumen?
Maybe there was alcohol in this. Am I gonna be good?
You'll be fine.
It's so, I mean,
I'm mentally exhausted.
Pomegranates are like a summer fruit. That must have been in there for fucking ever.
You're a summer fruit.
Are they summer or are they fall?
So it's probably safe.
Thanks.
Anyways, good night, everybody.
Good
Have a
Good
good one.
night. Enjoy Aquadome.
Will do.
I'm going to turn off the light.
How do you reckon that poster works? Ah, yes. The beacon.
You two seem to get
Another
along
hand
well.
touches the beacon.
Another hand touches the beacon.
Been gauging everyone on this, Val. I think you're the last one to ask. Any strong opinions on any of the candidates?
I'll admit, none gave me a lasting impression. It has been a rough day, though.
Has been a rough day. I mean, we have time. Kingsley told me
I will say,
that
Amari already has my vote. I arrived at campus with Amari. I spend most of my time as an unsorted with Amari, and I know her fighting skills. They are all remarkable.
I will state that Kingsley seems to take a great deal of issue with the concept of having Amari on our team due to trust issues regarding a prior incident.
I figured as much, that's why I'm just putting my cards on the table.
Yeah, I understand.
I think discussion's important. Kingsley didn't mention that to me when I was asking him, but probably just slipped his mind. That's the case. Vesper seems to be quite skilled. Seems to have a nice repertoire.
He was also taking a pseudo-leader position amongst the other two unsorted over in the warehouse. They seem to look to him.
Bit quiet spoken, but got a good head on his shoulders, it seems. Decent skill set.
Yes.
Don't worry, they're just screaming over there.
Yeah. Other than that, I haven't
Tis the
spoken
right
to
time for
Elena
it.
very much, but another person with healing capabilities is always good. She might be a flanker, which may be something that falls into a repertoire that we're looking for. I'm not sure.
We can always use extra melee fighters.
Doesn't help. And then there's Isabel, who I don't think Kingsley is incredibly fond of, but I think having her on our side is a wild card. works well when we have most of our bases covered. Plus, she's the most likely to have any ranged combat. Haven't fully confirmed that, but she has range options and does indeed.
I'm
have
sure
third
we'll
circle
learn
spells.
more eventually.
Precisely.
Either way, the one who caught my eye the most is definitely Isabel, but
Unfortunately, that's the one I'm most suspicious about.
suspicious?
Claiming to know a third circle spell. That is a feat in and of itself. I don't believe I mentioned this, but Rosewood Academy, according to Professor Acteris when we were discussing about the mana trees, this island is abundant in mana. It's a reason we're all learning spells this quickly. Normally, it takes people their lifetimes to get to third circle.
She's given me, maybe I'm wrong. She always, my view on her, she seems like a prodigy. She grew up in a wealthy environment, went to a what seems to be high quality school that nobles went to learn magic. You mentioned that to me. She was gone to another institute in Kulani. I don't know why she transferred here, but I don't see why she would lie, is all I'm saying.
I mean, we're going to see a third circle
I'm
spell soon. Or
going to
not,
play
and that will
devil's
prove it.
advocate. I believe it's a Sixian saying, never trust the illusionist. Or is it Faviran?
Dude.
You've proven your trust.
Alright.
You know, like, I mean, like, off the bat, don't trust the illusionist.
Oh, okay, got you.
They don't say that part in the
I
quote,
think
but...
what I said to Rowan. I said that every single illusionist just seems to have this massive fucking ego that needs to be stripped on down. It just comes with the territory.
Is that from personal experience there, Tal?
Yes.
It's rough, buddy.
It was rough.
Was it the captain thing?
It really got...
When Cecilia took over?
No, that did... No, and, doesn't matter.
Del, do you have a preferred person?
Honestly, at my current state of it, I think that there is no negative for once. I don't think there are any solid no's.
No,
I think anyone we could form into a successful member of the team, or two members, of course, of the team. Now, if we really wanted to evaluate it when we know their skills exactly and precisely, deciding the best two out of them, the best pairing for our team, would be best rather than looking at individuals. For to have two people, it's best that they can work well together as well. That's my two thoughts anyway.
So we should make them fight each other.
I don't know if that...
Spar! We should make them spar with each other. Is that better wording?
Right.
It is definitely better wording, but even then, I don't know. Some of them seem like more combatants than the other. If we take Elenia?
Yes.
If we take her, I think... I don't know how good at combat she is. She, seems very, adamant on her weapon handling. But she's most certainly a healer.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be blunt here. We need people who can fight. That's the end of it. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
True. But I didn't know how to fight. And yet you chose me.
Exactly, because you had the willpower to learn, and that showed.
I think it's definitely something worth looking into. And we got plenty of time.
I'm not saying they have to win the spar, I just need to see their... What's the word? Or fighting spirit. I was gonna go with fighting spirit.
Right.
That works too. Alright.
If they run away, they're not worth it. Do you think we could arrange it under a professor?
A what?
If we could arrange it under a professor, a spar between the four of them, perhaps as duos? And put it under the pretense of training, so that they
But then
know it's
Ventus and
not
Umbra are
us
gonna show
forcing
up,
them
and
to
then they're going to start taking their picks right as we're doing our stuff. You know how it is. Plus, they're probably all going to be separated into different teams.
True.
They did that to us. They forgot me in the warehouse. Twice.
That's rough.
I still don't know how I landed on a team, I'll be honest.
Dude, I had an opportunity at Ignis, and I decided to use that to get myself onto Stella before Stella disbanded from being a team, and I made a great mistake.
I mean, to be fair, Ignis has its own problems.
I think I dodged a bullet sometime.
Plus,
well there.
we're gonna be honest here. Red on red doesn't work. Red and yellow works way better.
It wouldn't. It does. It's just such a iconic.
Because instead
combination
Lumen,
of colours
he'd be
that
red,
screams
he'd be Ignis.
brand.
Oh, right, with the wings. Yeah,
And the tail,
I
and the
did get an
hair.
invite to Terror as well. That was something. Everyone wanted me to be green and red.
Jackson was
They're friendly.
Jackson was very kind. Put me on a nice bit my first day, but
Instead, we snatched you up. Oops, I apologize for that. Now you're in the most controversial team of.
We've had a rough streak on leadership, but I think that's about it.
I don't know if we. I don't feel like controversial teams a lot, especially compared to like Aqua and Ventus. Not to say that there's anything especially bad with them, but
Gil did
I think everyone
talk
just
back quite a
thought
bit
that we had
today.
a lot more going on.
At the announcements when Gil talked back. That would be... I'd consider that more controversial.
True.
Yeah, I guess controversial is the
Just
word.
because it's against the flow of things.
I don't think the outburst. I think the outburst itself was wrong, but I think it was definitely worth mentioning if the Chancellor didn't. It's important information.
I think it was
I don't think
totally justified, but idiotic to do it there.
Yeah,
Like,
I
if
will-
you're going to
I
blurt
will
on
say,
out about that. Do it in private.
Do keep an eye on the investor. I don't believe he had anything to do with what happened today. But foreign body, foreign environment, and something happens to go wrong right as he arrives. Of course, there are other variables,
Right.
but this is just the one I'm looking into. Seems the most plausible.
Well, I mean, Kingsley's getting a good relationship with them, having some pleasant discussions.
Kingsley
regarding
won't spy
and
for
all
me,
that,
and
so-
you know that.
No, but they can tell when something's off, surely. If they're truly a devout follower of Gaia, then Kingsley would notice if something was up. Surely.
Honeyed words attract more flies than vinegar.
True.
either way, I don't think this is a sentiment you should spread. We don't want.
I'm not going to make the entire
Bring
campus
distrust.
hate the investor. I already saw what
We don't
happened with
want to also
Zuku
lose an
and
investor.
Ignis and Aqua and all of that. I'm merely telling my trusted sources. as a professor has asked me to do this.
Right.
Understood. Speaking of which, if we're talking about the investor, it would seem we got at least a little bit of his motive known now. He definitely wants to spread religious texts to here. I don't know if that was filler conversation or if it's something of importance, but he was talking to Kingsley about bringing a bunch of scripts from the Church of Gaia, well, not church, but religion of Gaia to here. Probably nothing too relevant, but seems at the very least he wants to have some relation, which is honestly all the better. I think the devout should be more than welcome here. But it gives us a bit of idea why he might be here.
Do the setting sun actively worship Gaia? Is that part of their thing? Or?
I don't know if this. I don't know. Perhaps it's something worth looking into. I don't know. He does at the very least, and that's what matters.
That part's obvious.
From what I can tell, he seems like a pretty good man, at least from what Kingsley's been telling me. As well as the new Aethertech professor. I know you have your...
Yeah, I'm sure they're excellent in the field of Aethertech. No matter who they are.
I was told he's very polite. Pleasant to be around.
I wouldn't know.
That's why I don't like him.
That's fair.
It's not that he's... He's not a bad person. It's just I'm used to certain types of teachers. And he doesn't really fit that bill. Yet.
It's a new thing. Try it out.
The old thing was good though.
Nothing wrong with someone being polite.
Well, if you ever need a reason not to trust him...
Don't say it's because he's a bird.
Okay. I'm just saying, do tell me if anything strange happens with him and I'll back you up.
He did who?
Oh, shit.
That was a lie.
Is that really worth an oh shit? Is that what's up?
Yes.
It means he's more bird than Taylor would like to admit.
Precisely.
Maybe it'd be a good thing if he was a professor. Exposure therapy.
We tried that with Kiki.
Kiki tries to bully me now.
Well, it's simple. Simply bully her back. I'm sure nothing will go wrong there.
No, Ventus won't come chasing me like a bunch of angry dogs, no.
Hey, if they do, just send them my way.
Cats and dogs. That's true.
I'll tell them where you'll sleep.
That's my issue, Val. I keep forgetting. I have a team to fall back on, just like Kiki does.
Exactly. And we'll be your shield.
Don't go too far.
And then we both have an excuse to fight between the teams because neither of us can face each other man to bird.
I could bring the cannon over from the Aethertech Lounge and
between the teams.
get a good shot.
That would... Yes.
I'm just saying, Rowan, we could line the balcony with cannons. It would be wonderful.
I swear this comes up once a month.
I'm gonna get a cannon.
There was one professor who agreed with that idea.
Which one?
There's probably two, actually. I mean, now there's one still living that probably would have, but he's far away.
Ah. He actually said no to that idea. I brought it up.
Seriously?
Yes, something about you need to get along with your teammates. You can only shoot Umbra. Something like that. Was it Ignis? Might have been Ignis.
Wait, you were planning to shoot us?
No, I could only shoot Ignis.
Oh, sorry, when you said teammates, I thought you meant... right.
No, he said we had to become teammates with everyone. We may be a team, but we're a team.
Colleagues.
I think the word's comrades. Comrades in arms.
Comrade. Yes.
Regardless,
fellow warriors.
I have a lot of work to do tonight.
Rosewood.
So I will be
I need to fucking sleep.
Taking my leave. Would you like me to put out the fire, Rowan?
Oh, that's fine. Put it up.
Oh.
Then I'll leave it to one of you.
Retiring to the room.
Take care, both of you.
Good night.
Good night.
See you in the morning.
Right. Let's get to work then.